vibe coding until we are financially free. We worked on some cool things yesterday. We got our Reels generator and some creator tools. We're going to be kind of ambitious today, so we're going to try to deploy both of these, the things that we've been working on, both the AI financial Copilot onto your portfolio. We're going to try to deploy that and get Stripe integration. And we're also going to try to do the same with lazy.ai. The idea with this one is it's going to be a very cheap Reels generator from a long video. So we're going to provide a convenience fee. If someone does not want to set up the repo, they can just simply pay and we'll just be the cheapest option on the market to generate like a ton of reels. If you want to generate 1,000 reels, it should maybe cost you $10. 100 reels, $1, something. If assuming you're using captioning. If you're not using captioning, then it'll be more like $3. Um, I'm not really sure exactly as to how we want to do this. Maybe we want to do it by subscription, but maybe we could do it by reel. That would be a different approach from some other sites. Um, but regardless, we'll figure it out. This is going to be ambitious because I'm not sure if I can get both of these done in 8 hours because there's some stuff to fix with the Prism data feed. Still, there are some bugs with the portfolio chart and a few other things, as well as, we didn't quite get well, we have to, okay, and an important part today is we're going to be talking about security stuff, right? Like, how do we actually make sure that we are going to be safe deploying these publicly? And the answer to that is you can never be truly safe, but you can, do your best and do the bare minimums, and it will help reduce risk. Um, but true bad actors, if you have a large amount of people who want to mess with your stuff, they will probably succeed at some point. So you should just know that all security is all about risk mitigation. Do the basics, and if you really care about security, uh, it's interesting to learn about. Generally, you probably wouldn't want to stream your stuff because that adds risk, right? But we do it differently here. And we added a cool thing. So now in our Discord, if you if I commit and if we'll add some people, it's going to show on the stream that we committed. So that's kind of fun. Be able to see what everyone's working on in the community. So yeah, that's what we're up to. I'm going to go ahead and start playing some music, and I'm going to start with working on lazy AI. We're probably going to do a little bit of a redesign first, just to make it look a little less AI, default AI site looking. We really focused on the functionality part for the site, and we wanted to build that out first. But I think now we can we're going to do something a little better. But I am not a designer, so I do have to rely on the models to help me out. But sure, start up the. All right. Hey, the Keno, how's it going? I'm gonna quickly remove one thing though before we get started. Please remove the. Oh, I can just do that. Let me just go on the code. We accidentally tagged everyone in a message for the Discord bot, and I don't really want to do that. Oh yeah, let's get rid of that. People can do their own notifications. So we should see it come up on the screen here. Let's test. Once I push. Looks pretty good. So you can see on the top left. Again, if you want to be added to this thing where it shows your commits or whatever, let me know. Or I add like 2 or 3 people maybe. Don't want to spam it too much. But, you know, if you're just really good, feel free to spam it, you know. Just making lots of changes. All right. So let's try a little redesign. I'll show you guys what it looks like currently. Looks like this. So we haven't changed it. It's very default looking. Oh yeah, so all you need to do is you would put in this GitHub app. It's attached to your account on GitHub. And then from then on, any commit that you do to any project, it will show to the Discord, and it will show on the stream. It'll just show the commit message, right? You know, I guess if you have some sensitive projects or you're doing work stuff, then I do not recommend that. So it's only if it's, you know, like you're okay with the commit messages and the public name of the repo being public. Look on the live commit feed on the Discord and you can see. It also shows on the stream if you didn't see that. See, what should we design this to? I'm gonna get some ideas. We're going to redesign this website, the colors and everything. Let's first talk about what kind of style would make sense for this website. Like let's ideate before we start. What kind of themes, what kinds of user experience makes sense. I kind of like how we have a list of tools, but tell me what you think. Let's probably start with who our target user is. Yeah, you know, I think that's okay. Maybe we could add a thing that you can filter, right? Because right now it just sends all your commits. Maybe we could add an app where, I guess you can always add your own, and I just give you the secret to access this endpoint. So yeah, you could create your own GitHub app, but you could look it up, and then you could whitelist what projects you want to send if you're thinking that. So let me make the Firebase project for Lazy Day AI while we wait. Keep it simple. Firebase again. Don't need to store anything really besides the. We do need to store something. While we're processing the videos, but we should be able to do it in memory because we're just doing the clips, the small 30-second clips of each. So, but then we don't need to. So I think we're okay. But we do need Firebase for the user accounts. They have very nice and simple auth to set up. You don't really need to do much. Still takes a little bit though. You gotta plug in all the keys, but I'm getting faster. I'm creating the project. What do we got here? Yeah, I think it's also the title. I think you People like something about it. It's like a, I don't know, man. Why you do experimentation? See what people like. We could potentially make it not just YouTube if we want to. Because you don't need the YouTube link if you have the transcript. That'd be nice maybe if we made it like just one, kind of like a terminal, right? Just like right there. You can just boom, boom, go through the different, kind of like you just have everything on the side and just quickly click what tool you want. It's kind of a nice, nice thing. First needs. Why does it lean towards discovery? Do you think the name that we chose for this makes sense? Sometimes you try to make a project fit a domain name that you have. It's not, doesn't really make sense. This might be one of those scenarios. What should they feel? Powerful. Okay, fine. I'll keep it. But that does kind of make sense. Like the design of the website should be based on how you want them to feel, and it all should make sense, right? The name, website itself, the styles should communicate the same thing. You shouldn't have like a really complicated tool, but then your domain is lazy AI. Doesn't really make sense. True. Is a little bit like you come into this website, you're like, oh, so much stuff. Better read it. Not really, but. So I kind of like the ultra minimal, but how could we make it work with all these tools here? Like, what do you think? Oh, you paste a YouTube link, channel, or video. Interesting. That is true. All of our tools depend on that, right? Let me check. I'm pretty sure. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Oh yeah, they all depend on that. Yeah, okay, cool. Kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, you start with the video and you get to they paste the video URL, the transcripts and chapters, find clip. That makes a lot of sense. I think we have one live status checker. That's where you would mostly granted, you might want a place where people can just really quickly see what we offer, right? Like they might not know, hey, if I put in my channel, I can get the live status. I mean, I can send it to like a Discord bot or something. Hey, Gremlin. Too long? Maybe. Find out. But you do get a lot more done, I suppose. Do it for the song. I mean, you guys don't have to watch the whole thing, you know. You watch like 30 minutes. I won't be offended. I don't think I would watch for 8 hours. I probably should do the highlights thing. That's kind of, I guess that's why we're building it. Best of, what is this? Hey, Selenik. It's we're building a bunch of tools. Today we're going to set up and deploy it. And we're going to try to deploy the other one too, but that's optimistic. We'll try. If I spend a lot of time just designing and stuff, then we probably won't get both done, but it's an ambitious goal for today. We'll see. We are going to charge, but it's going to be just really, it's going to be, I'm thinking of it like a convenience charge. If you do not want to clone the repo, you can pay a bit to do the shorts. That's the thing people would probably pay for. The other stuff. Maybe the compiler. A best of compiler. So I'll go through the flow real quick. You can select the short and make it and generate it. It looks like this at the end. And you have the captions and everything. British benefits you a lot too, because like normally things you say. Oh yeah, definitely. You're right. Sometimes thinking out loud helps, and also you guys have really good input a lot of times. So there's a lot of benefits. Paste the channel URL. Input. I mean, we could maybe this work. One of the problems though is like if you do it this way, they don't know what all the tools are that are available at a quick glance. Like we're offering a myriad of tools, and so they have to know what they can do. They just put in like their channel. They have to like put in the right thing to get the right tool. It's kind of weird. Discovery. Discovery. Transcripts, shorts. Oh, I kind of like this. Live alerts, ideas, highlights. Exactly how that would look under this. Kind of makes sense. But I think we should highlight the best tool, right? I mean, this is the best tool by a lot. The others are sort of kind of like little, well, in the compiler, once we get that working well, it's kind of useful, but I definitely think the shorts, these two, should be highlighted somehow. I think I'm gonna look at maybe some, can we look at sort of competitor websites? So give me some examples of sites that already do this. We're gonna take a look. In Cloud Code. I use Cloud Code and I use Anti-Gravity because they give you free credits. But like you, I ended up doing transcripts and timing today, lyrics. Yeah, it takes forever. Remember, it took us a long time to do the like captioning stuff. That probably took like at least 6 hours, I think, total. But Gremlin, what you could do is you can clone the repo. You can pull it into your project and say, hey, implement it the same way, and that'll probably save a little bit of time. You just plug in the other project. I guess while we wait for some of these generations, as we're thinking about how we're going to style it, let's go ahead and test this one again, because I remember we did some stuff at the last minute yesterday. Yeah, pull this over here. This one. Current Pro plan, yeah. Yeah, full-time use, 8 hours a day. I think Cloud Code seems to be a pretty good. It's either that or maybe Google Ultra. It seems like Google Ultra may be, well, it's cheaper, but like, I'm not really sure if the usage will end up being the same. It's kind of like something you have to try, you know? Definitely with Cloud Code, the $100, so that's 5x. Here's the usage. It's working pretty well. It just reset, but yeah, we didn't get close after a week of hours a day, so. Okay, there was a number of things I want to do. Okay, so number one. Okay, there's two things. Let me do this in another window though, so we can save the... Save what we have there. So when we select like 15-second clips, it doesn't really respect it too much. I think it's related maybe to the fade, the crossfade. When the user says they want it to be 50-second clips, we need to make sure that we actually get to the next clip at that 15-second mark. Another thing is try not to cut off, whenever you're making these clips in the best of compilation, try not to cut off the speaker in a sentence. So you need to analyze, like, make sure in those timestamps that we're not, we should really prioritize not doing that. So you might need to put in that would be in the LLM prompt. So I'm gonna take a look at this just to see if it has a web version. Now let me try this. Hope this clip looks like this. Do it on Safari. I'll sign in here. They definitely went the simple route of just putting in a link, to video link. Oh, I see they have the same thing with the transcript. Okay, they do have this. This is I don't remember that being available. That makes sense. And then about, we're gonna plug in something that we generated instead of Curiosity. Sample short. We were talking about the Yeah, this is what I ran into before. Okay, now what we want to know, how much does this cost if I wanted to do this? Credits. Okay. So I get 3,600 credits if I do 15 a month. How much would 2 hours cost? Okay, 150. How many clips does it give you? Because I don't want to test it, I have to rely on the model. Hope this clip would generate from a how many shorts? Generate with 3,500 credits. Oh, that's not the right question. How many shorts can we generate from? No, because the credits are being charged for the length of the video. So what we want to know, we know 2 hours is 115 credits. So we can think of it like you could do 30 of those. And now all we need to know is how many shorts it's going to generate. So the original question was right. Roughly how many clips does Opus Clip generate when you plug in a video and click generate clips for shorts? Then we can get a cost. And then we can compare. Cool. Thanks, man. I guess if anyone knows the answer to that. Because I don't want to have to know. $60 hours. 5 to 10 clips. Each. So that's we could estimate 300 to 600 shorts for that month. And you get that for $15. Let's see. Okay, so it's like, you know, it's Opus Clip. Granted, does that include the transcripts? I mean, the captions. Do they charge more for captions? We are way under this as far as if you clone the repo and use it. So we are 10x cheaper, roughly, because you have a lot of free services as a got lots of free credits on Google Cloud and all this stuff, Whisper. But if we were going to deploy it, we should probably be quite a bit under as well for like scalable. At scale. Otherwise, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense. It's a good, yeah, you could definitely probably, you know, you could do Gemini Flash, cheaper model. Flash is pretty cheap, but you could do an even cheaper one. I think our biggest cost, probably 60%, is Whisper. So Cloud is telling me that my estimate's not quite right, so we'll figure out if that's true. Maybe I didn't understand something. Let me double check. I mean, I'd be happy if it's a lot more. And let me try it again. So I plug in a 2-hour clip, doing this on the other screen. And it says 115 credit usage and plugged in the 2-hour clip. Let me hover over exactly. Okay, perfect. So I did underestimate it because it's 115 credits for 115 minutes. So it's just 1 credit per minute. I thought it was well, not too. I didn't underestimate too much, I think. Apparently it's yeah, 1 credit per minute. And with the Pro version, you get 3,600 credits. Oh, per year. 3,600 credits per year. Okay. So I was way off because I thought it was 3,600 credits per month. Interesting. 3,600 credits per year. 306. Okay. I thought this was per month. So am I 10x off? Let's see. Yeah. So that's what they computed. I was roughly 10x off. Oh, well, we are 10x off. Okay, so now look at our costs. Is the reason we're so much cheaper just like, why are they just upcharging way more? Or is it just because they're actually processing the video? Because they're actually processing the video, not using the transcript? Do they allow you the option to plug in a transcript to save costs? Yeah. We could definitely use a cheaper model. Yep. So I think we could put that on our page too, right? Like, so we get good understanding. Like that's kind of part of the marketing of it. Okay, while we wait there. I forgot about this thing. Let's do that. It's the camera. Okay, let's read this here. You get rate limit on the YouTube transcript API though, so you have to allow the user to put in their own key for that, I think. Right, but it works for a different kind of clip. Okay. Anyways. Gotcha. Yep, makes sense. Okay, what other options that would be around our cost that you can find online? I don't find anything on that. Let's see. While it's doing that, we're changing a few things with the best of compilation. And then we'll do the restyling. The reason why we're doing this here is because I really want to make sure before I implement all this stuff to deploy it, that the costs make sense and that there's actually a use case to deploy it, right? Because if there are a lot of options that somehow get down to the cost that we're doing with the same method, then maybe not worth just keeping open source is better. Okay, there are some maybe open source things here, maybe. Let me take a look here, just real quick. No, so that one's not actually. Well, let me take a second. I'll have to try it. I haven't tried this one. We can compare it. Okay, let me check out this other one. Okay, this one is not. That sounds not bad. Oh, this one doesn't really work. Okay, but here's the problem, right? Both of these, I'm pretty sure for the long videos, it's the same issue, or it's actually gonna cost a lot for like hour-long stuff. Definitely the second one. Let me make sure on the first one. I'll put it on the screen here. Yeah, definitely. Okay, I'm not really totally sure, so I'm gonna ask based on this. So for this one, let's say you do like a couple hour long stream. Is it actually slicing up the video and only processing certain sections? Because we implemented something that works for a really long stream. Okay, cool. I think that other thing finished. We can maybe test while we wait here. Oh yeah, I chose the current day. So you can't choose videos that are currently being processed to get the transcript. Okay, let's take a look here. So the best open source project I saw for this gets transcript, that's audio. Oh, so they're all running Whisper on the full content. It's not really that hard of a change, right? But definitely, I never found it anywhere. So it looks like this one's doing the same. Granted, there's not many people doing five-hour live streams or 5-hour videos, right? So, you know, it kind of limits your market a little bit. Most people would probably be okay with Whisper running on the full content. Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. But we still have to answer the question of like, is this worth to actually deploy or just leave it open source? Like I was thinking, okay, you charge for like a convenience fee here. You know, people don't want to set up the repo, something like this. But I'm also thinking maybe this is not a super large market of people to care necessarily about that, right? Like, okay, so how many people really need to make 5-hour streams into shorts at a cheap cost? Is this how common of a problem is this? Try to estimate, like, you know, the TAM. Throwing some jargon there. Let's make sure now it hopefully respects. Looks like it did not. I'm gonna check what happened. Okay. So I think it went a little bit too crazy about this, right? The threshold for not cutting someone off meant that it didn't cut the clip, right? So I think you went a little bit too, like, lower your threshold of like, you can cut off a speaker. It's just like, ideally no. That makes sense. So try to change the tone of how you modified the prompt. I guess another thing, like, put in a threshold. In the prompt, put in a threshold that makes sense, right? Maybe it's like they're taking more than a second. Maybe call it a second and a half to say the next thing. That's probably an acceptable gap. Wait, what? It actually made the tone even worse. It went from never to absolutely no. Yeah. So 50% of streamers do 2-hour streams, 2+ hour streams regularly. That's really high. I guess that makes sense, but most of them are gamers, right? So they probably don't talk a lot. Maybe. Like maybe you can't really rely on the transcript so much, right? Because they do a lot of reaction stuff, I think. Right, you only need a small percent, right? But that's kind of how it always goes. $30K. Granted, we're not even doing Twitch right now. I don't know how to get the Twitch transcripts, but we could, if it's easy to do, we could add it. Let me look it up. Is there an easy way to get the Twitch transcript similar to how we're doing to the YouTube videos? You made again, you know, it's not like a strict requirements. It's just like, I'm just telling you, like, ideally no, but it's okay. So please change the tone. Hey Shri, how's it going? We're building a mix of tools for people on YouTube and maybe Twitch. That's what we're trying to figure out. And we're trying to figure out is whether we're going to keep it open source or actually deploy it and charge money. Not really sure yet. So it just requires a bit of research, understand whether it makes sense before I do all the work to, and, you know, integrate Stripe and everything. Don't want to do that. Actually kind of makes sense. And we haven't really styled this website much, so very default looking. All right, we were gonna do that. We kind of got distracted. I'll do that after this part. Deploy and charge money. Yeah. But like, you know, if things already exist, which I think we figured out, okay, for the specific thing we're doing, long streams, this is by far the cheapest. That is what we have done. But that is where it's the cheapest. It's not necessarily, it'll be, you know, the normal price. Maybe a little cheaper, but it's still going to depend on transcripts. So people probably prefer other platforms for shorter things. Paid service, twitchtranscripts.com. We'll look it up just out of curiosity. Chat timestamps, maybe. Granted, don't Do most Twitch streamers also stream on YouTube or no? Also, what percent of streamers talk a lot, like that you could actually depend on the transcripts to get the shorts? Oh, sure. Yeah, Gremlin. Free. Oh, you know, if like some good ideas. Let's Right. The biggest like category on Twitch is just chatting. So doesn't that kind of imply that the most of them rely on the transcripts? Or they could rely on the transcripts, I mean. I like the last one. Just do this one, right? Like the other ones again, too aggressive. Like we're just saying we prefer the cut when there's a pause, right? So that's all. I don't know why it's having so much trouble with that particular request. Wait, Twitch used to not allow multi-stream. How do you prevent? Oh, okay. I must have not understood. Yeah, I guess just chatting is not the majority. I must have misread it. It's 14%. Oh, but it is the #1 category, so I guess that's gotcha. That's true. Yeah, podcasts. YouTube podcasts, that's a market, but I think podcasts, oh no, there's lots of longer podcasts, like hour-long one. You know, I think once you get to the 2-hour ones. So here's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to look on Google search trends. I'm going to figure out, are people actually looking for the reel generator for long form video? If that is a big area, maybe we have something. Maybe. Or shorts. We'll try a few different ones. That about one spike. Shorts generator. Creator. So this is how big it is in general. I could also put an Opus clip here. And I imagine, this can be extremely tiny. Shorts. Create shorts from long video. Right, so we compare like nothing, right? Makes sense. Just remove a few of these. It's interesting that Opus Clip is more Shorts creator. Look at their website again. AI video clipping tool. So that's kind of the terminology, I guess. Video clipping or long video. We might have better luck with this. Oh, okay. I'm gonna remove this. So definitely no one's looking up create shorts from long video. It's not a thing people think. Okay, we'll look at AI video clipping. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna remove this. Video clipping. Wait, shorts generator is more than AI video clipping. Interesting. But what about AI video editor, right? Surely, yeah, that's definitely, that makes sense. So people know the term editor. They don't really say clipping too much. That's more of like a, you know, terminally online term. Hey, Code. Fuck, how's it going? SEMrush? Yeah, let's use SEMrush. I haven't used this yet. Is it free? Can I just look up terms though with SEMrush? This is just websites here. Tool. Sign in. I will try it real quick. Or maybe. Okay, got a file. I don't like websites, they have like 1,000. Finally. Yeah, I have a keyboard magic. Awesome. Yeah, let's try this out. That's cool. Closing up. We'll compare maybe. I'm just gonna ask real quick. I'm just out of curiosity. Keyword tool like SEMrush. SDE. Yeah, I worked as an engineer. There we go. We finally corrected that prompt. And while we do this, let's just ask it to do a redesign based on, well, we didn't decide fully, so we have to wait. About, well, we'll just maybe run it. Could do the same approach as Opus Clip to some extent. That's very simple. You just put it in the link. We get the transcript from the link. Well, it's not quite as simple as that, I guess, because it has to be their video too. So we have like requirements and constraints to keep it cheap. Opus Clip does not have, so. With Opus Clip, I'm kind of wondering, how are they downloading the YouTube video just from the link? Although, because I thought that's like not actually allowed from the YouTube terms of service. Like there's no download video at link. Are they using potentially something I'm misunderstanding there probably? Where did I put the thing? It's here. There. So AI video editor appears to be, we'll compare, but video editor, we'll just, all right. And we did ask a question, which I wanted to know. For your use case, use Google Trends if you want to see if it's growing or declining. Use SEMrush if you want to see how many people search. Isn't it the same idea? Gotcha. That makes sense. Right now we're trying to answer some questions, but if we're doing SEO, it makes sense to use SEMrush probably. Interesting. Huh. So it's possible Opus Clip is sort of operating in a legal gray area. I guess it's not illegal technically, right? It's just against their terms of service. Potentially, right? I mean, it seems like that's what they have to do to make that work. Or they have an arrangement, right? Some sort of arrangement. This is possible. Wait, what? Why is this a risk? Why is the hybrid a risk? It's their own file, right? Makes sense. You indie hacker like you. Up to you, you know, everyone has their own path, what they want to do in life. User uploads their own file. Yeah. There's no risk. I don't do this, yeah. Eh. Kind of weird. I think I might not focus on that today because I think it just doesn't, I can't quite see it making sense at the moment to deploy it. I'll just keep it open source, I think, for now. And obviously, I'm going to keep adding tools to it. Maybe one day, if we keep adding a bunch more tools, but I just I'm not quite seeing it. You know what I mean? Oh, I think Gremlin sent me a message. Let me look. Oh, maybe you didn't send it, Gremlins. All right, maybe missed some messages. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the white YouTube transcript we're using, you can only use it on your own videos, so it is, pretty legit. And I missed your other messaging. What's the idea? Marketing distribution. For this one, that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're kind of figuring out the game plan. Are we just keeping this open source? It's useful for us because it's very cheap, extremely cheap. And it has some tools that we like, but do we actually want to charge for it? That's what we're trying to figure out. You can go like a really cheap angle, but the problem is we have a lot of constraints with this, right? For our shorts generation and stuff. Messages here. When you spend on tools, I use it's about 100 plus API usage, so probably 105 a month, something like this. Oh, 105, no, 130 I meant, 105. But I use it a lot, so. Okay, we can commit this part. Just a simple. Some changes. Oh yeah. Sorry. I think I'm not really understanding how we could even position this as something people would pay for. I mean, there's so many constraints, right? Number one, it's like, this is best for people with long form video. Not only that, but it's people with long form video that they're talking a lot. And then we're also targeting a cheap user. So it's like, and then the fourth thing is it has to be their own videos. And then that's it, right? I think that's all the constraints, like 4. So we're like 4 layers deep of a user. How many users does this apply to? It's like, this was us, right? Not a very large market. Like probably like 1,000 people. That's my guess. Now, it's one thing if we have a lot more tools, right? If we keep adding tools, okay, maybe say, hey, we got all these freaking okay. Subset of those, yes. Yes. Well, maybe not this one. We can figure out a way to market it, maybe. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. 1,000. And basically an LLM. Opus clip. Right. Sure. It, could be true. I think that's, it kind of makes sense. Race to the bottom. I'm good. I don't really have an interest in that. This library is against the rules. I will not break the rules. Sorry. Give it the value problem. We do have chapters. Okay, maybe, what if we do this? Okay, like, let me look up YouTube chapters generation. I mean, there are a lot of simple tools out there. We could deploy each one that we've made as a separate thing, assuming there's not too much out there. There probably is, but let's take a look. YouTube chapter generation generator. Also just going to go ahead and plug this in here too. Okay, it's kind of interesting that probably not a lot of data. Just add the other something. YouTube chapters. Am I getting rate limited? Yeah, that's okay. I already looked at this. Let's try it out. Okay, I'm gonna put in something. We'll compare it to ours. I think I already did click this link. Hey, Codename Zulu, how's it going? How much domain knowledge do you have? 3D modeling, 3D graphics? Not a lot, you know, actually nothing. And 3D modeling, nothing. Yeah, I'm really bad at Blender and everything else. I tried to learn, but very challenging. So, such a steep learning curve. So. Let me go ahead and plug in this video here. I believe I've tried this already. Let's see what it does. I think it's going to sign me in. So for anyone just joining, we're trying to figure out, we have two things we've made. And we're trying to figure out whether we want to deploy this publicly and add payments. And to do that, we're trying to answer a few questions. Does it make sense when people actually pay for it? If not, we're going to go back to this other project. We already have done the research for this project. So I feel pretty good about it. At least, you know, try deploying it. See how it goes, you know. So here's this thing. This is one of the tools that we have on our little creator suite, which is over here. I'm just checking. This is a simple one, right? So I'm just seeing how the experience is. All that. I have tried the Blender MCP. I think I definitely streamed it. I didn't make a video, but it was not good back then. Maybe it's a lot better. It's been quite a bit of time. So, yeah, I could imagine it's maybe a little better. I imagine this is taking a while because it's a 2-hour video. I think ours is faster, but we're probably just using we're using a 2.5 Pro. I don't know why it would be faster. Guess maybe this got a lot of traffic. This chapter site. Maybe it's in another place, Germany or something. I don't know why else it would be slow. Maybe it doesn't work. B2. Hey Gabriel, how's it going, man? Trying to figure out whether we're going to deploy this or just keep this kind of tool people can use on just open source, still open source. But we're figuring out whether we want to make it paid for convenience. And to answer those questions, we're trying out some of the competitors. So I'm going through the tools, figuring out whether they're good. And the best tool that we have is our shorts generation thing. I think it's pretty good. It's very cheap. It's for a particular kind of user. I don't think this is working. I'm going to check. There's just an error or something. Okay. So this site doesn't work, I think. So I'm gonna go look for another site. It's probably because the video was too long and just, you know, hung up. I'll try this other one here. So I'm logging in over here. Okay. This one I didn't even have to log in, which doesn't really make a lot of sense because you think it's sending it to a model. It should be guarded by a login. It's not. That's a little strange. A lot of money. Safari's goated. Sorry for dev tools. Whatever. I use Safari for streaming because, yeah, best to keep it separate. Okay, so I know it does because I can get it. All right, so that's 0 for 2. Maybe try one more. I guess I know how much people would pay for this, though. I certainly wouldn't. That was the same site in another... What? Really weird. I went to a different site. I logged in, and then I redirected me back to the old site, so it was like odd or something. And it's the site that doesn't work, so we were redirected back here. Okay, take a look at our tools. I could not find anything very good for a YouTube chapter generator for long videos. They either didn't work, just hung up and aired out. I've tried 3. None of them worked, the top ones. So I want you to do a similar thing. Like, go through all of our tools here. Our goal is to make a plan. Like, are we going to deploy these as separate tools? In some sense, these are all in the same theme of tools that are like creator tools. However, some of them don't really seem like you could charge for. You could always do ads, I suppose. So what do you think? Like, should we break them up and deploy each separately? For each tool, look up what exists, compare what we've made, understands if we could charge as well, or whether we do an ad approach for each tool. So it's like a little mini business plan for each of these tools, and then compare it to the idea of condensing all the tools together and selling and just having it on one site. Kind of make a pros and cost benefit analysis. Okay, and make it a separate doc. You can do it. Okay with it. Stop asking me. Just do it. Using cursor and anti-gravity. Yeah. Makes sense. I use anti-gravity and cloud code. That's what I do. So in order, like, for me to keep working on this, I'm going to answer this question first. But we could potentially just start working on this while we do this as well. Jump back and forth. I could run a quick validation on all the stuff. I'll maybe do that. Make sure everything's like rate limited and all this good stuff. Please examine all of our endpoints. Do we have any rate limiting? Also double check all the auth. Make sure every endpoint that should be authed is. And that's it. Oh, forgot to start up. Where, yes, I am aware. I updated my projects, so we are good. I think one of you guys linked it, right? I saw it from one of you. Yeah, but definitely Next.js had its fair share of issues on that front. Or can this thing look at Google search trends? So I am rate limited on Google search trends. Let's see if it reloaded. I'm still, okay. Trying another browser maybe. Yeah, okay, but what we want to know oh, sorry, it scrolled all the way to the top. I was confused as I was even answering our questions. So cool, let's go ahead and read this doc because I think it's gonna be a little long. See if it came up with anything. I kind of want to just read it. That's fine. Yeah. Sure. So this is the first tool. Pretty simple tool. You can generate it pretty quick. Not super crazy. Probably within 10 minutes you can make this. And surely Is this real? They're charging monthly for this? No way, right? There's got to be they're doing other things. Oh my. God, I gotta realize, like, people charge for the smallest little things. Sometimes I think if it takes 10 minutes to make, how could you charge for it? But I'm looking at this site. Look, this is it. Let me see how much they're charging. This is how much they're charging. I mean, I think we might have to. So, I mean, that's totally crazy. Oh, I guess, okay, why are they charging that much? So let's ask this question. It's probably, but if you think about it, right? A user that's using this is definitely the owner of the YouTube channel, which means you can use the YouTube API. So you can get the transcripts, right? They own it. They just have to provide your API. Oh, that's part of the problem. Oh, these guys are definitely using that one library that's against terms of service, probably. The only other way is, like, they ask for their API key, and, like, 9%. Hey, the Keno. We're working on trying to figure out whether we will deploy everything, all these tools together, or one individually. And we're comparing for each tool what's out there. Understand. Okay, well, I'll come back to this. There are some questions. Oh, but that's so crazy, though. I mean, I get it, but, like, it's not. Definitely we'll talk with AI a little bit more about this, because maybe we could figure out a way that is okay with the terms of service, but I'm not really sure what it would be. Part of this is, like, they probably just somehow are getting the eyeballs on it, That's how they're able to charge. Doesn't really matter that, like, people don't really know that it's not hard to make it, I guess. Not find. Okay, so we have some things we should do before we deploy this. Kind of good ideas. So we do have some rate limiting already. So rate limiting is, if you're unfamiliar, it just stops people from calling your stuff a million times, like the same person. So this is just a nice thing to add, so that way they don't cause havoc. Either it crashes or they try to, like, mess with your, try to build, make the costs go up. Service, if you have a paid plan in your cloud. So, and always protect the important endpoints behind your like main login. So for me, that's this one. Let's mark it Prism data feed, and then I have these controls, which I don't want anyone else to access to. If you don't put that in there, then anyone can just come in and mess with your stuff. So, but again, want to make sure there's nothing. There's some unprotected user data endpoints, right? You definitely would not want to have this be the case. Granted, you do have a user ID, which will be really hard to guess, right? Because it's probably, I assume it's some sort of long UUID or something, so. But still, you would want to protect it. Okay, let's do it. When you use the require auth annotation, that's not admin, right? That's just, okay, good. Yeah, so do that, yeah. Per endpoint rate limits. Oh, we don't have a per endpoint rate. Okay, interesting. Or the really expensive ones. But that's okay because we just do, that's admin only, so. So that's for the other project, this one here. So we're just gonna make sure everything's good there. Action fees, server costs. Yeah, but like, I don't know. It's not that expensive. You just do the math of the, you know, if it's just you and you're just make this tool, even at a scalable cost, it's like fraction, 5% maybe, 95% profit margin. But not true because you have taxes, so. More like 70%. I guess that's pretty typical, right? For a software company. No, not profit margin. Yeah, profit margin, I think it's lower. Hold on, let me look. Profit margin, average profit margin of software companies. I think gross margin is probably, oh, it is 70%. Oh, gross margin is 70%, but the net profit is 30-40%. That's probably like after taxes and everything. Yes, buy a Lamborghini, yes. Well, in some sense, it's paying you, like if you build like 20 tools, if you have one that has, you know, 50% profit margin, kind of pays for all the failures. So maybe that's kind of the idea. You just make 1 million of these. Okay, there's some stuff for this Discord stuff we're building. Makes sense. I didn't even check that one. Just made it real quick. How are these free though? We have a freemium. You must be at. Well, what are you buying? It's just more Discord stuff. So you have some simple tools to bring them in and charge for the more advanced tools. Makes sense. Oh, okay. Oh, competitors mostly use keywords and titles. But this is the same question, right? It's like, if the user provides us their API key, then we can do it for free. But no one's going to do that. TubeBuddy and vidIQ. I keep seeing vidIQ. I'm just going to look it up real quick. Weird. So I pull up the site. It's like another ChatGPT, but for creators. I'm gonna try it out of curiosity. Every time you get on the site, it makes you watch that whole ass animation when I go through it. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. It's like a chat GPT hybrid. So I think the main benefit you guys is probably connecting your channel. So what does this do? Oh, this answers our question. Think. Connect to YouTube channel. Connect YouTube channel, then we maybe have access to all their transcripts, I think. We'll have to check, but. And the tools. Oh yeah, because they connect the YouTube channel. Now they don't have to. All they need to put is the link. Then we can. Oh, maybe they do need for the shorts to provide the video. Unless they have YouTube Premium, maybe we could. Let's try it. Let's ask us some questions. Might solve some of our problems. I'm not totally sure. So I see vidIQ, you can connect your channel similar to like Plaid for financial accounts. With this, will we be able to get like transcripts for videos? Can we access all of the features that the YouTube API key gives you if someone does this? Also, tell me a little bit more about the mechanism here. How does this work? It's just what are all the things we can do with their account?
Hmm.
Cool. I'll run this and just make sure everything's working. I think I'm not running it. Let's check here. I guess I'll look. Yeah, we didn't generate this yet, but I think okay, the backend isn't running, so let me go ahead and start that up. Oh, we already started up probably some other thing we're working on. But I do actually want to make one change. We made it so it generates the brief automatically. I think for debugging purposes, I'm just going to make it so it's just a button for now because I don't really want to always generate it every day, just some days. This was yesterday's. Cool. Let's go ahead and just start it on another. Oh, right. I think we need to update that. We will see. I'm going to run it. API key for this, which I will do. Yes, okay. I'll go do that over here. Oh, but before I reload the page, let's do one thing. Can you make it so the today's brief, we're going to comment out a section that's like where it automatically runs. I think we have our cron job, I guess. It's running every hour. We're gonna go ahead and remove that for now, because we're currently in like a testing time. So just add a button. It's only the admin has this button though. It's on their preferences. It's going to be called refresh Oh, we already have this button. But just in case we don't, I'm going to put it at the bottom. Put it at the bottom of the today's brief and admin tools. Also, if you haven't already, all those admin tools at the bottom, those are only for the admin. Breakfast eaten. Sounds good. Yeah, you can move me wherever makes sense for your life and what you're doing. Okay, what is this here? Oh, we can. Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. I guess how hard would it be to get it reviewed and passed? We need to know. So how hard is this? Like realistically, what would we need to do? And how many apps actually do get approved? Is it a low acceptance rate? But that would solve almost all of our problems. Maybe we'll make it public. The only one it doesn't solve is the, we can't download their, I'm gonna ask that next though. Download their video. They have to do that. Using they have to have YouTube Premium. Cool. Makes sense. First, I'm gonna log in. Now that I refreshed the keys and everything. There, we got our admin tools and everything. Cool, perfect. Sure, I can do everything. Well, looks like maybe there's some errors because I don't see my preferences. Oh, right. We added a bunch of rules yesterday to the database, so it's very possible I need to fix them. Rules in the database prevent anyone from doing things to my stuff. I will be right back though. I'm going to go grab a coffee. I'm gonna read this first section. Okay, they do eventually get approved. Oh, cool. How long does it take though? That's the question. Roughly, how long does it take? Oh, it says right here. Oh, 2 to 6 weeks. That's not bad. Okay, so 2 to 6 weeks. What are the requirements? So I'm going to paste in our errors. We recently changed the Firebase rules, so I will give them to you. Please try to figure out. I'm going to bring this to another screen. Firebase rules, right. At least there's a bug in there. What are the requirements? Oh, it's just a bunch of kind of just whatevers. Privacy policy. Service. Domain, all that stuff's easy. Okay, and then we write some justifications about what we're doing. Actually works. Okay, cool. Okay, another question. Can we actually download videos if they have YouTube Premium? If they connect their account? Download their videos? I guess while everything's running, then I will go now. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this part we'll never be able to accomplish. Is okay. Over it. Search Kung Fu. Yes, it's true. Sometimes it messes up. You just gotta realize when it's wrong, unfortunately. Always funny. People hate it, like whenever someone says like something about boomers, I'm like, dude, what happens when you get old? Like, imagine if I'm like 70. Not that you're old, Gremlin. I have no idea how old you are. Or it's like, I hate you. Anyways. Okay, so it fixed a ton of stuff. Let's go ahead and try it. Sorry, I find this. Mark Anthony was in the news. Oh, sorry, I don't know what that is. All right, so I think we probably have some more errors because I think my preferences aren't loading. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. I'll probably not share that. I think I need to remove some logs. Oh, we got just a really good error. And tell us exactly what the problem is. I might remove this because I think it's not really working. It's always showing me the old folio analysis. Okay, let's see if it works now. Okay, probably. Oh, I have to start it up again because it was a runtime error. Nice, so now we have all of our data. We have Pokemon at our top. I never answered that guy's question. He's like, put Pokemon. I did it, but then I never actually ran it. Cool, and the reason why it doesn't have anything else, we'd have to reload it, which I don't really want to do at the moment. We know it's mostly working. Also, it's, oh, it is Monday. This is Monday. I will wait till the end of the stream and we will generate look at the news because there's probably no news 5 minutes into Monday. There's nothing interesting. Okay, so I guess there's one bug here, like we're on December 8th, right? But because we haven't reloaded our portfolio section, it's left at the last. Like this part should always reload. It doesn't need to be tied to the AI analysis stuff, right? So we should kind of make these separate categories. It's like your portfolio and then like AI analysis, something like this. But before we do that, let's just make sure, because we added more auth stuff to the endpoints. So let's like go through and make sure they all run still. So all the ones where we added these things. This is just making, sometimes we add these things like it has broken when we've looking at it. So let's just make sure our watch list, so we got the portfolio page. So everything loads, that's good. And the Twitter endpoint we'll test, I suppose. Well, maybe we'll wait till the end of the stream because we'll have new charts and stuff to send to our Twitter account. Which we definitely, once we deploy it. Okay, so my new goal, we're not going to deploy the other one today because we still haven't really figured out whether it makes sense. Put in the work to do that. We're going to do this one though, and that'll be enough work probably. I think we have 6 hours, so I think we can do it. Try. Okay, research. I'll send a few chats. Sorry if I missed some chats, guys. Hey Shri, I keep missing your chats, man. Sorry. Okay, so marketing plan. Marketing plan with this one's a little more developed. We kind of have a plan. We spent time understanding. There's a community on Twitter, right? Finance Twitter. There are tickers that you can tweet that don't have a lot of bots. You don't have a lot of competition when it comes to bots on Twitter because it's really expensive. But you do have competition on the big tickers. So we're gonna do deep dives. And I've seen this, right? I'm a huge Twitter user. I'm a mega user. So I know where the views, because you can see the views on Twitter. You can see what kinds of posts on a particular ticker is doing well. And I've noticed that some of the things I follow, what are the biggest types where you get thousands? It's the charts that we already created, right? Which we can't see at the moment. I can go back and show you. These charts generate these kinds of questions with these kinds of charts, generate a pretty good amount of traffic, right? 10K, 20K views, like 500 likes, something like this. Not too crazy, but the accounts consistently have that. And there's a lot of them. So that's one category of thing. Right, you tweet this, you put it under the tickers. Second thing is you do deep dives. Do deep dives on individual companies, and you do that by building good data sets and interesting questions. It's not predictive. I think me just speaking about this, I'm like, okay, let's work on this. Like the other thing, I can't really understand how we would even get eyeballs on it. Even if it is good, how would we even get eyeballs on it? Right? But this one I feel like I have a better idea. So yeah, that's basically it. I don't think I even explained to you, Shri, what it is. But it's okay. I think it kind of makes sense, right? It's like you have your portfolio, gives you news based on your portfolio, gives you AI research, and you can use it. Be like, send a chat, do more research. And this research space has your context of your situation. You care about these things. You care about these themes for your investment portfolio. You care about these types of time horizons. You can add a bunch of context if you're an advanced user. So that is the product. Yeah, I like this thing. Let's work on this. This is more fun. Just talking about it, I'm like a little more excited. because I think this makes a lot of sense. All right, so the first thing is separate this part out into another section. Let me look at the message. Pinocchio. Yep. It's just my nose. Oh no, you're talking about someone. Sorry, I only see a little bit. Cool. Building. Is there explain that? That's something like deep research. Perplexity has it. Yeah, exactly. There's going to be a deep research section that's going to have. Okay, here's the idea, right? This is the upsell section. We haven't labeled it, but this part and this part, we have news affecting your holdings, but it's going to have like questions like that we figured out the answer to related to their portfolio. It's going to have like charts and things like this, but we're only going to show them like a little bit. Like it's going to be like ... And the reason why they would want to know is, and why they would want to pay, because it's a big deal. Like if you own a company and you put like, 10,000 in it or something, who knows how big the users will get. But it's like you would really care about certain things that maybe you don't know the answer to. And that's what you see on deep dives in certain types of companies. Like the guy is using it, his name's Hedgeye, or his company's name is Hedgeye. He basically says, okay, I have this huge short report publishing on this company, but you cannot see it unless he links his website, and it's like tons of traffic. People sign up to look at his, because it's like if you own the company, you're gonna really care about that, even if it's like totally bad. Like even if the short report you disagree with everything, you're gonna be happy checking it out because it's like, okay, well, that's a relief. It sucks, but like you get traffic, and let's say you provide good data to the user, and they're like, that actually provided some value to me. Anyway, my point is like I think there's a way to upsell here that I haven't seen before. I haven't seen like people trying to upsell based on my portfolio before. And then the AI analysis too is kind of a fun part of it. Is what we're doing. The name of the game is not differentiation. Yes. We talked a little bit about our plan. We have a few other ideas for marketing, but I'm going to start with the Twitter one and see if I can get some signups. So I say let's do that. Okay, let's continue. So we would like to make the part where it shows like how your portfolio is doing, that is a separate section, right? Like it shouldn't be, it should be reloading every time the user uploads its page. However, let's put like a little, actually, I'm not going to add any cooldowns or anything for now because we're just testing, but eventually we will, right? And that should be separate from the AI analysis part. I want you to also put a header on the AI analysis part, and also create some style that kind of shows them that this is a separate piece. This is our upsell section. There should be maybe a slightly different color so they can, it's kind of like easily identify that this is an enhanced feature. Because right now it kind of blends in. Right? You scroll, you're like, it's kind of confusing a little bit. But we can push our security things. They all worked, I think. To have rate limiting. Lot missing ones. Hey, people, there's multiple different strategies. Yes, there's lots of different strategies, but the general, well, there's a lot of components. There's the pricing, right? In general, you want to be either really cheap or a premium product. You don't want to be somewhere in between. If you're somewhere in between, It just doesn't really exist. Like, look at anything you know. Costco, cheap. Well, actually, Costco, it's a mix. Actually. Maybe that's because it's a subscription. However, they're, the final, like, how they're communicating to the customers that they're a cheap option. An interesting example. Trader Joe's, that's a premium product. Look at cars, good example. Either premium car or cheap car. Not really a lot like. And then obviously getting eyeballs part, that's a whole nother story. But shadow slightly. That might be a good idea. Gremlin knows newspapers. So shadows on everything. Yeah, we can maybe try. I might just plug in your idea here, just out of curiosity. We definitely do need to work on the styling a bit. Editing file. What is this? Oh, I think I know what's going on. Mustache probably after this. I remember it was day 4, day 5. We ended on this refactor, which let's go ahead and continue that because the file is getting too big. That's why it gets errors. Oh, that looks much better though. So the way this should work. So the reason why it says this is because we consider the brief is also this last part here, right? We have the AI analysis part. We have to kind of reconsider that UI. I'll already ask it. Right, commit these changes though. I kind of like them. I don't know about purple, but it doesn't look bad to me. I don't know about you guys. But... I want to rethink the UI a little bit on, so right now, if we don't have the today's brief, it will display this text. So we might have the portfolio, AI portfolio ready for that day, but maybe not today's brief. So how should we, and the positioning of this is kind of weird, like get the portfolio performance on, like how should we design this, you think? We kind of want to communicate, and we got 3 separate sections here, so what would be the ideal look of something like this? When only 2 of them are available and the third isn't, do we just... Maybe at the bottom we just put like, hey, this part, the market, it's called the market pulse or something. Like this will load up here. We have this down here and it says like that this will load only, at 6 a.m. right? And then you got the kind of like you got your newspaper or something. Oh well, I can still send you the playlist, Shri. My Suno is I think it's all public, all my stuff, so... Oh, actually, well, it's not public, so I'll make it public. I'll send you guys the playlist if you want. I'll send you guys all my stuff if you want. I was listening to... I think this... called... play some of it while I was working out. It was pretty... motivating. Well, let me... Alright, we'll listen to this for a little bit. Just sending your stuff. Yeah. I would if I could. I can't. Alright, I'll just put it on my Discord if you guys want. I can't send it. It doesn't allow me. I'll send you the other one too if you want it. Okay, so how would we design portfolio performance? Yep. And you think about the scenario of like, no, let's say we don't have this one available because this generates every day, both the AI insights on your portfolio of that day and the news for that day. So if both are unavailable, probably don't want to show two messages. This isn't available and this isn't available down here too. Kind of weird. Definitely this should be at the top, right? Maybe even above this. Maybe? Actually, that might make sense. Yeah, put this above this. And then today's brief is under that. A good one here. Do you expect launch? We want to deploy today. So, I don't know if we'll make it. We'll see. Maybe I should just like accept that the UI will not be perfect, but I do want to make it at least reasonably good. Hey, thanks, Shri. Building. Thanks, guys, on Twitch. Oh, thanks, Ricardo. Let me look at this. Sunset repealing portfolios. Oh, yeah, so, you know, whatever you want in this, you know, if you want to add index funds, like... Oh, and another thing, in our preferences, too, you can specify what kind of investor you are. So... if you want to express your ideas via ETFs, you can. You know, if you're like you have a bunch of themes that you're interested in and you want to buy a bunch of indexes and ETFs, indexes or ETFs, and you can do that. But with that said, you might be right about maybe we should make it very clear to the user. You know, oh, right. So here's another cool idea. I was like really excited about this. Like, we can start to tailor their preferences automatically based on what they're putting in their portfolio. I think that's kind of cool. We obviously would put like maybe a pop-up or something. I don't know, like asking for permission. Hey, can we autofill your preferences based on... This is not my song here. Find a bill. But all right, sorry, it's kind of hard to speak while this is going, so I'm gonna play the other songs. I think I gotta use those other songs when I'm actually like not locked in. No, this isn't my real portfolio. It's just I'm just entering some random stuff. Why not focusing on one project? Well, it tends to be like, okay, we need something, we make it. I think the description is not totally accurate in the sense that we have been focusing mostly on this project. So it's kind of like, you know, we jump from, but one component of it is like, you know, once we launch this and we do our marketing kind of stuff, if it doesn't work and it's very clear it's not going to work somehow, maybe people just don't like it. Maybe we can't iterate enough to get people to like it. And then we'll, I guess, move on to the next thing. But I'm optimistic. We'll see. A shadow stock, you don't own it, grays out, lose what you would have happened. Just make people really frustrated. Well, you're right. In some sense, we can add the, you know, what's it called? Paper trading. So you can have your live trading, and this is very common in terminals and stuff, and then your paper trading, and that's just you just messing around, seeing what would happen. You do this, do that. Oh, AppSumo is great. It is a great way to, at least it used to be. I'm not sure if it still is. I haven't tried it in a while, but thank you for reminding me, though. It's worth exploring. For those who don't know, AppSumo is kind of a place where you can give deals and sell it to people, and there's a lot of like cost-conscious people on there who, if you say like, hey, we're giving you a really great deal, they'll see your product actually, and they'll come on it, and it's usually you give them like a, you know, like a one-time kind of purchase, something like this. And so it's like a way to appeal to a user that's probably, when it's almost a mix of marketing and product hunt. I guess you could do that too. You post it there. You can post it in Hacker News. You know, you can do all that stuff too. There's lots of options. I haven't tried. Let's see, Rocket Hub. You look at Rocket Hub. Let me look. Oh, it looks like very similar concept. Load it down here. So good, use it all the time. Oh, use AppSumo, Zulu. Let's show up other. Cell prompting style guides. I have seen some things like that. I think the problem is I just speak into it, so it's like not really too crazy design for the prompts. But you're right, if I did come up with like some cool tool. UX issue. Right, we already talked about this. What do you think about moving the portfolio performance to the top? And let's also consider what are the pros and cons, like our cost benefit analysis of keeping this here. People actually care. I think they probably do. Like generally people come on these sites, they want to see their portfolio performance. But what do you think? Like really quickly, the portfolio performance. Building one software or many fast. Well, there is the idea of like, you know, you build a bunch of prototypes and you get it out in people's hands and you see what they think about it. So in some ways, I think moving quick and building stuff and testing it out is good. But with that said, I'm not the best example in terms of, a lot of times, especially with my projects, I'm just building them for fun. So, you know, if you're looking at my projects and you're like, oh, there's no way that would make money. Well, maybe I was probably just making it for fun, like the make music video thing. I don't know. Probably didn't consider too much about the money. That one. In the game. Considered it a little bit, but not too much. But this one we're more focusing on the money aspect. Is that money is important. So what happens if the AI portfolio is not available and the market pulse is not available? Maybe we just condense it into one message. That would look better, right? So there's like 3 scenarios, they're both available, one or the other is not, and it's just, you show in that area, and if both are not available, then you show one message, you like condense it, and you implement that. Also do the reordering as well, so put the portfolio performance on top. It's gonna be even above the today's brief. We're gonna see how that looks. Full-time, 9 to 5. Well, I do off-stream, I work on some things, like we made this little tool yesterday, or today. Oh, yesterday, it's past midnight. By the way, if anyone wants to be added to this, let me know. It shows up on stream, so like you just connect the GitHub app, and it will send it here and on stream and stuff. So just kind of fun little things I do too, because it's just fun. Too serious. Okay, so it's reorienting this up here, we'll see. Professional vibe coder. Fixed header. Well, I wouldn't do fixed. You're thinking maybe at the... Oh, you're talking about this top header. Yeah, I got you. I think that makes sense. I think I definitely agree. Let's do that. Thanks, Gremlin. Gremlin has lots of good ideas. Wow, prompt library for $100. That's crazy. I'll pull up the to-dos. Maybe we should try to come up with a... Wait. So let's say we do AppSumo. I'm gonna check it out to see maybe if there's like a finance section. Oh, here's AppSumo. So we have operations, marketing, and sales. Oh, we do have a finance section. Ooh. Zero products. Okay. Yeah, we could maybe do this. Just be here. Cool. I don't know exactly what it would be because, you know, we do have our expenses with Gemini, but we could come up with something. Lifetime deal's a little tough. But the idea is like maybe they stop using it, right? Charge 100, you can assign like a probability they'll stop using it. To make it whatever price makes sense for that. It's hard when you have no data though, just guessing. Like if our product's really good, we might price it too low and then we lose money. So you have to have like some margin of error. Well, I guess the solution there is you just make it limited, like you limit how much they can use the, like it's a lifetime thing, but you have a limit of credits per day, something like this. So even if they are a heavy user. And you, like, you make it so like, even if they use it like 10 years or something, it doesn't reach their lifetime. If you can maybe calculate that, or 5 years. I think 5 years is probably fine. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, yeah, that's a great point because you really can't, like if you have a user raising the subscription on something like this, especially you just have to migrate them in, you know, that they just keep it, or grandfather them in is the word, and increase it for new customers. Okay, so it should have finished. Looks like maybe we have an error. Let's go check it out. I think it's a caching thing because sometimes that happens. I don't know why. Okay. I'm gonna log in here. Okay, cool. It reoriented. No, it didn't actually. We want it to be above just to see. Okay, I think we can say pretty confidently what's going on here. Going to discard these changes. Fortunately, guys, it is time to do a refactor. But we did it before, and know that this is going to be much faster because we identified why it had a problem last time. The refactor. Whenever a file gets this freaking huge, it doesn't like it. Doesn't matter for us humans. but it's consistently the problem. So we're going to do a refactor of please give me a plan, strategy here. Our goal is to make this file a lot smaller. So create hooks, all that good stuff. And Google Ads, you get a 400 welcome. Right. Oh yeah, that's right. I get 100 customers ads apply for credits. Even for AppSumo, you have to show that the paying customer showed the paying customer profile. Yeah, and they will do background checks. Yes, that's true. Startup credits for Google Azure. That's a smart idea, Shri, for sure. I should probably explore that a little more. Do you know what the is that a very easy process? We're getting all those free credits. Probably is these days. Everyone's racing to get market share with the AI stuff. So it sounds like we want to do the quick wins first. Let's go ahead and just do the quick wins first. I will restart the music. Jimmy, we're planning to do this a long freaking time. Like this is a long marathon. This is it's not a get rich quick stream. So first they give you 3 to 5K based on your product. You have to use them for a period of time. You're talking about AppSumo? And yeah, pretty much any kind of like, if you're doing any venture, right? Like, gotta at least budget a year, man, but probably more than that. We're gonna try, see if we can do it in 6 months, but you know, there's probably gonna be a lot of things we make that just don't resonate, and you just keep making stuff, and maybe eventually you get something. That's how it be. I didn't understand the last thing you said. I must have missed a message. Are you talking about AppSumo, this last part here? They will get 3 to 5K based on... Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, credits for Azure and GCP, etc. Oh, okay, that sounds great then. I'm gonna go ahead and do that at some point. I don't know, if you don't mind, I'm gonna copy it on my doc. Maybe just spurt. That's just my notes. Anything. The repo. So I added this message in. Again, it's okay. We did undo the change, so. Maybe take a look and do something else. Refactors tend to take a long time. Oh, we could redesign the landing page a bit to reflect more what we're doing. So, okay, market brief, personalized portfolio. It's not a bad selling. Okay, obviously remove the send to chat here, but although I'm curious what happens. Oh, right, because I'm logged in. I wasn't logged in. I guess we'll try it. Sign out. Nice. Yeah. Cool. That works. Let me sign in again. Oh yeah, and what you said, Gremlin, great idea. Make it fixed header. Let's do that real quick. Can we make the header fixed? So the Prism research, once you're in on the app, will be a fixed header. That includes the dashboard and the sign out and everything. Tiger usage form. Interesting. Yeah, I think AppSumo, I've seen that before working very well for some people. So I think this is a good idea. Okay, so it says it completed the refactor. I'm going to double check. See how long the file is now. A little shorter, not too much. .2. I haven't seen that yet, Jimmy. Look it up. Yeah, I think the note thing, but let me look it up. I might do it. At this point, it is true. I kind of lose track. And one thing that's cool is we could like hook it up so you guys could add tasks. I think Notion has an API, so you could like get people to make recommendations if they would like. I don't know if anyone would want to do that though. That seems like unpaid labor. AI coupon pool. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check that out. That'd be cool. Board. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I just am like, my brain doesn't like that anymore. Like the whole backlog thing, the dragging of the tasks just makes it like less fun somehow. I don't know why. It's like I kind of like just doing this and crossing it out. But like the dragging, it feels like I'm working again. Something weird. Okay, so we did the reformat, and we should have made the headers fixed. Okay, great, we did. I think it's working, so I'm going to commit a little bit of this before we do more refactoring, I meant to say. Okay, what's the next refactor we can do to... We're trying to aim to get this file less than 800. Yeah. Oh, see you, Shri, yeah. No, I just stream 8 hours, but I'm gonna move it to be the morning. So I'm moving it every day to be a little... Eventually it'll be at 6 a.m. That's when it will start. Okay, let's do maybe 4 of these. Oh, but we skipped this one. Last time this was what caused our problem with our refactor. So we'll just do this one. And maybe this one. That'll make sense. Let's do these 2. And then here, let's maybe do something else. We do have to fix a little bit on this page, of this portfolio page. What we're trying to fix here is related to them entering the purchase price. We want it to be reflected in the graph. So if they make a purchase at a certain date, it should be reflected at a certain cost. So it should kind of like ignore, if they don't enter it, then we just do the price. Like you kind of assume that they bought it at the beginning of the date in the chart. But we spent quite a bit of time on this, kind of going back and forth with how we're going to do it. So I think I'm going to aim to simplify it a little bit, because it's not that big of a deal, I suppose. Yes, Jimmy, I'm saying we're moving the stream. Being saucy. some point I'll need to get like, it grows, you gotta get mods or something, right? At some point. Not yet. So right now, let's analyze for me how this cost basis code works for the graph. We're gonna try and simplify it. We want this to be something that makes kind of intuitive sense, right? So let's come up with a plan first, and it should be give me my options as far as like how we could represent, you know, where they bought it, the price, and how we kind of balance that with like not making assumptions about where they bought it if they don't put it in. So I do the thinking as well. So for me, I do the thinking. I analyze what it thinks as well. For me, it kind of makes sense. You have the cost basis represented where they purchase it, and you got 100 or something. So I do think through the high level in terms of how it should work. However, right now I'm looking for ideas because I don't want to misrepresent to the user when they don't put in the cost basis what that graph looks like. And also the statistics that come up depend on it. You know, all this stuff is tied together, so it's a little bit complicated. I'm trying to figure out, I think the other day, it was like 3 days ago, it's like we segmented out a little bit, right? You have the asset performance and then you have the purchase performance based on what they put. But that takes up a lot of space, a lot of real estate. So not really a fan of that. Like 2 separate sections. I think if this takes too long, just remove the cost basis for now, because it's just simplify it a little bit. It's okay. We'll add it back later when we kind of give it a good understanding of how that should be represented. Because if we remove cost basis, this is simple. 100% simple. Like, we're done. The cost basis is what messes with all the statistics and the graph, the purchase date, all that stuff messes with everything, right? It's complicated, unless you separate it out into 2 separate areas. So, yeah. Let's see what it says though, because I'm looking for ideas. Maybe we can get it, if we can get it in a reasonable amount of time. See, split 2 different modes. But then the problem is if they have the cost basis on some and not others, yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's just a little tricky. I mean, I don't think, not sure if there is one particular, I mean, there might be. It has all the things that we want. We're doing some things that And it's not only like you have to find the repo that has it, it's like you got to find one that's somewhat recent. Otherwise, I don't know. I kind of lean towards just doing it this way, I guess. Let's see. See if this refactor finished. Cool. Let me see how big this file is now. Oh, great. It's much smaller. But we gotta make sure it didn't break anything. So it's brought out these two things. So these are the things that it could potentially broke. Admin actions. So that's our buttons. These are blanked out because it's not here, so that makes sense. I guess I'll generate the... Probably not going to generate today's brief yet, because there's just not going to be much information. I don't want to use up credits for a bad purpose. It's okay since these are just admin actions. I think we can always fix it and hook it up later, so I'm going to go ahead. I think it's finished now. So, okay. Yeah, but the problem is like sometimes like people are putting in half. Maybe, okay, the solution to this problem is it's all or nothing. Like they have to put in the purchase dates for all their positions or put it in for nothing. If we do that, then it simplifies how we do this. Like they can either make this chart an asset performance or they can say, hey, I want to know my portfolio performance. And those are the two segments. I think that's what we'll do. It's simple, relatively. We ask them a question, and they can always change it. A little button, toggle. If you want to switch portfolio performance, you just go through and add all the purchases. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, I agree. Let's do that. Let's just go ahead and do that. So, and by default, it's just an asset, you know, asset statistics, asset performance, and they can turn it off. They can turn on portfolio performance, and we just say, like, we give them the form to fill in, you know, for the cost basis. And once they fill everything in, obviously cash holdings we don't really require. And, you know, probably a few other ones, like you said, SPACs or whatever. We don't need to have it for that, but everything else we would in that scenario. So, yeah, I think that makes sense. And while this one's running, we'll do the moving this up there. Now that we did the refactor, it should work better. Let's go ahead and move the portfolio performance above everything in and for the message of like no brief available, the way it should work is we have two categories: AI insights, market pulse. If neither are available, it should show one message about how neither are available. If one or the other is not available, you show the one that is available, but still show the message on the one that isn't available. And if both are there, then you show no message. So in other words, they're there, so you don't need to. I'm just being specific. So what I'm talking about. We got Firebase. Let's see, what else do we need to do to deploy this? I think we also need to give someone some free credits. We're getting close to be able to. Did some security stuff. We'll redesign the landing a little bit before we do. Oh yeah, and then set up Stripe. That was another thing I was gonna do. I'll sign into mine, get that set up. Okay, sounds good. So, need to blank my camera for a little bit so we can log into Stripe. Be back. So I'm creating a new project. Right here. describe what I'm doing. Alex, I'll just paste our little thing we made. A marketing blurb. Right, doesn't need the last part. Okay, so we created our stripe. Okay, so I made a bunch of changes to the portfolio stuff. We're going to check that out in a bit. Did it, or... Sure why I did that again. Oh, I got an error here. Getting this error here. Oh, cool. Thanks, MW the World. I don't know what that means, but free if you would like. Currently creating the stripe. It's gonna show on that AI Insights area. We'll probably charge, we didn't ever decide on a number. I think, yeah, I think we decided maybe in the $20 to $30 range. Maybe we'll go a little higher than we think we should. Because probably something I would do is not put enough. Gremlin said, hard to change later. Increase. I think 39.99 something. Well, maybe 29. But we probably should compare pricing before we decide. Sure. So right now the portfolio performance is not above today's brief, like that title there. What do you think? It probably makes sense to be above there, right? I mean, it's not really... What depends? I think this should be as long as it's like specific to the day and it saves at the end of the day. In that case, it is kind of like today's brief. That kind of makes sense. Perfect. So this is what we wanted it to do here. I'm gonna commit that. I'll make sure everything, yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna make sure the, should be fixed on other pages too, cool. Right, and we did make some changes to this that appears to have kind of blurry, weird, a little strange. Let's rethink the UX here. Right now it's a button. How else could we do this? Like, maybe once they start adding the cost basis. You know what? Let's just go ahead and remove the cost basis thing for now. Like, comment out the, you know, some of the hooks to that. Get rid of it from the UI. Actually, just get rid of it from the UI. And we're going to go ahead and just make this an asset performance area. We're going to come back to it later, though, so don't remove all the code. Just like, for now, we want to make it look good, but we do not want to add this at the moment. The day for 1,000% runner market. That'd be funny. This becomes like a finance stream over time. I wouldn't mind it, honestly, but it's kind of a fun activity. I think somewhere in the $20-$30 range, I think makes sense. And then we can have we'll have a section for more expensive subscriptions, and that'll include our deep dives and analysis. I think that'll be a lot of fun to figure out how we can maybe create, you know, short reports and all sorts of things like this. Might be interesting. I don't know fully how we're gonna make it. It might not even be that kind of thing. It might be just more we're providing data, like compiling a bunch of data, and then we create a report. People can read it. It's got a monthly, because it has to be monthly because of the costs associated with the analysis that we pass into models. So that's going to be a little expensive, but not expensive, not that expensive for us, right? Because we have a lot of control about what model we use. But if we use the biggest models, let's see, we could calculate that. 1 per day. Maybe, I guess maybe we use the most expensive model. $10 maybe per user. No, that's not right. That's overestimate, right? Because I think the $10 includes the market brief, which doesn't make sense because the market brief is generated for all users, right? The market brief is not really specific to the user so much as far as like they can customize it, but we're generating it the same, like you might have, you only want certain things in it, but all of the market brief is all users, so that's a one-time fee. The only thing per user is the AI analysis part. Daily payments. Grok API. Rebus. Yeah, I use Grok for shaders. See what it's doing with the portfolio. I'm gonna ask it to not remove all the statistics. Please bring back all the Sharpe ratio, everything else. That's gone. Also, I still see the cost in the holding section, so you need to move it there. I'm going to go ahead and check that how big this file is. Not too big. Oh, that, yeah. I used that for, and there was like a new model. It wasn't available in Cursor. Are you saying it's cheaper? You get the most expensive models though with it, like Gemini 3, Opus 4.5 for cheaper. If it can beat my Cloud Max subscription, I'm down. Finishing up the stripe. Keeps asking me what I do to enter it over again. Okay, cool. It added everything. Nice. The only thing is, somehow it includes this artifact. So it saved my cost basis. So I'm just going to delete that in the database. Because we're no longer going to do that for now. So I'll just delete the holdings collection. Yeah, cool. Oh, interesting. Well, that was a good test. So I deleted everything just out of curiosity, and you have to fill this out first. Which I don't really think that makes sense, right? Like, you should still be able to see the brief even if you haven't filled it out. So I'm gonna fix that. So on my admin account, I deleted my information, and it's making me fill out the preferences before I can get to today's brief. They should be able to still see today's brief, even if they haven't filled it out. Get a research newsletter bot, do some research on Micron. Sure. Let's do it. Maybe we should add a little section too, where you can plug in. I already actually built that, so maybe I'll just put that in here. And we'll just adapt it to the same style and everything. Yeah, let's do it. I'll go grab the project. And we'll do exactly what you said, Jimmy. Whether it's any good, another story. I'm just going to clone this repo. I'll put it in this repo. Should I? I think I won't, because I'm not really sure if it'll turn out well. Okay, cool. Fix this problem. Nice. That looks good. But these two should combine into I know, that's fine, I guess. I mean, this is not the best. I mean, I guess we can't. I think this is fine, actually. Never mind. Okay, so we're gonna add this AI analyst, but first, where would it even go? Would it be like under? I'll just create a separate tab for now. We do need to figure out a place that's like for the deep dives, I suppose. I wonder, maybe we could hook it up to this. Like if someone asks a certain type of question, the LLM will forward to their AI analyst, which we already built our kind of like pipeline, I guess, where we're asking these questions and iterating and getting a good result. The LLM will decide to use it or not based on what you say. That way it keeps everything simple, all the navigation. I will try that. Let's go ahead and add, so I'll attach a repo here for you to use. I gotta jump out of here real quick though. So we're gonna go ahead, I'm gonna touch this repo, and what you're gonna do is with the research tab, data feeds, when a user says a certain type of chat, right? You're gonna include in the LLM prompts, like if a user is asking about a specific company, we're going to have it's almost like a tool call, right? And one of our tools is the AI analyst. If the type of question that they're asking means they're trying to invoke this tool, we're going to allow them to do it, and then we're going to run this app essentially. And I'm going to attach the repo that we've created for that. Kind of a neat idea, I suppose. Not an original idea, but this is the AI analyst pipeline. I'm going to attach the research page as well. This is where we want it to work. Before you do this though, list the steps. So let's just talk through it. It's generated, I suppose. 30. Yeah, that makes some sense, I would say. I'll let you come up with the trigger words. However, remember, they're asking for like recommendations. It's more like if they're asking, hey, research this company, something like this. But we're never going to give them like a recommendation. So make sure to include that in the prompt. You can remove that contrarian stuff, so don't worry about that. You're going to more focus on what the type of investor they put it in their preferences, right? So that's going to matter. Because they might not be, there's some different settings there. So don't take that part from the project. So in some ways, you're using this other project as an inspiration to build an in-app tool call. You can make it look like a tool call, like calling AI investment analyst or something like this. And it'll load, and then it will give them a result, and they can read it in that chat, and they'll be able to ask questions about it, etc. So that's kind of the general idea. Oh, thanks, Shri. We spent a lot of time trying to make it very simple. Like, if you go back to the streams, we had a bunch of things, and then we condensed it into one area. And partly it's related to the target user. Like, the person who's using this is not someone who wants to use it for a terminal, right? The type of person is going to be like, they get in here, 15, 30 minutes later, they're out. The type of person who use a terminal would use a terminal. And so maybe it's just a little different type of, maybe they're busy or whatever, right? So. A terminal would be like this. I'll show you, like something like this. Like this kind of thing. This is a very different person. The type of person who would be using this. They're both have their own goals. Let me check if I got an error here. We did make a lot of auth changes, so I wouldn't be surprised why it didn't generate. It's actually still generating. Interesting. Oh, okay, so it finished. Let me check the database here. Charts didn't load. Familiar. Do here. So I'm deleting them and regenerating them. Understand a little bit more. I'm also going to check if I got any errors while generating. And now I'm going to look at the script that generated them. Oh, there. Reload images. Regen charts from DB. I think that's the button. Okay. Also, if you're curious, what this does is it's building scripts. Like, we're building a bunch of scripts with AI, but we're running it on that data. So it's not just like hallucinated data or anything. and iterates on the scripts, generates the questions, iterates on the scripts, finds good questions, and based on the results, it generates 10 different questions. It will choose which are the best based on the results of the scripts. And we tend to validate the scripts, make sure they're good. Pinterest for your actually, no. Let me. Do you recommend any like boards or something? I always thought like Pinterest is kind of like for fashion or something. I don't know. My girlfriend uses it, but no. Used for. I'm using a Python Flask. And fire storage as well for just the charts. And for the accounts we use Firebase. And just deployment we use Vercel. Very simple. Well, we haven't even deployed it yet, but we will. If it's simple. We are missing a chart. Let me double check. I'm gonna see the script it made. Also, I'm trying to figure out why we had to. So we had to delete and regen the charts, and then regen charts from DB. So when we created a new market analysis for today, we had to delete and regen charts. And then, can you try to identify why we would have had to do that flow? I'll explain a little bit more. So in the database, after the market analysis had run, it had created 2 blank images. So it seemed like we had to rerun the script and generate those images and reload them. So somehow when you like generated it, can you try to identify why it would create blank charts? Maybe it'll find the code for that. Awesome. Does it quantify best? The fuzzy quantification. Everything you do is fuzzy. In my own board called West Font. So I'm going to get the script from the database. For the one that didn't generate, and validate that maybe it wasn't a good script or something. Also, these I think we added a prompt the other day to emphasize valuation questions, but we should never generate 2 of them. There's another really good thing we could do also. We should pass in the previously asked questions for the prior days so we don't repeat any questions, because we have repeated a few that are kind of like in the same theme. That would also help. I think what I'm asking to do now is just grab this data and debug it, because it has everything it needs here in the Firebase. So understand exactly why this didn't generate. So it says it found some problems. Let's see if maybe that makes sense. Look at figure creation. That makes sense, right? Because matplot state lib is the thing that makes the screenshot. Maybe. Create it twice real quickly. I think this is less likely, but let's go ahead and try fixing it. Okay, let's go ahead and make those changes. On this one, you make a little script to test, validate the scripts that are saved in the insights. So it's insights 8. We're going to validate today's, so we're missing a chart, and so I want you to take a look at the scripts that generated today's charts, and we're going to validate them. Any tips to develop faster and robustly? I think it's just practice, like you just get a little faster. I don't know if let's see, definitely speed matters to some extent, and I know that like you can spend a lot of time just fiddling around with things. Develop faster. I guess I just run a few different at the same time. Maybe helps a little bit of speed. Oh, right. There are some things. Whenever you have good progress, make sure you commit. Kind of basic, but just because you can easily get into a hole. On a refactor, be careful. I wouldn't refactors it tends to not be very good at. So just kind of like little tips like that can help. You don't get into a situation where you got to undo some changes to get. You had good changes, but then you accidentally did too much, and then everything's broken. Really annoying. That goes for when you're programming too, but sometimes you're getting in the zone, making a bunch of changes, and you just forget to commit, and you do a bunch of others, and it sucks. So, things like that can waste a lot of time. And then one thing is try not to get frustrated. Like it's gonna go really quickly in the beginning. That's just how it works, right? Like the last 10% is going to take at least 50% of the time, right? Because there's just going to be a lot of kind of like little small bugs. That's how it works when you're programming too. You're building something, it's always the last part. Get all these like, that's why it's so hard to estimate like how long things are going to take when you're programming. Because like you'll think you're almost done. It's like, no, you actually halfway. And it makes you, if you're not familiar with that feeling, it makes you feel a little stupid. You're like, man, I still work on this? Like, it looks the same? It's like, okay, well, you just have to recognize the reality of how it works. It's just like, bugs take up a huge portion of time. They always have. Probably always will. So some of it's psychological. Try not to get too frustrated. And say, what fancy rice cooker in my newsletter have in common? Sure. Like, it's not very good marketing. Oh, nice, dude. Ricardo, if you want, we can add you to the commit. The commit, live commit thing. I think it would be cool if like if we're all working together and then you see like the commits, we're all like, oh, cool, what are you working on? Anyways, yeah, show me your domain search tool because if you want, because I definitely am someone scouting for domains very frequently. Yes, that's true. Fuzzy logic. Japanese people love fuzzy logic. What does it even mean? Okay, that might be it. We'll see. Hey, Bugs Blue. We're working on a little investment project. Oh, right. I forgot we did have a fun little thing. Let's try, see if it works. So we connected another project we did earlier. It's kind of like a AI analyst. So we're going to see if it kind of was able to hook it up to... Oh. Maybe we didn't run it. Oh, we did. Let me see. So we definitely asked this question. Did some things. And gave us a plan. So let's read the plan and then we'll do it. Cool, that sounds good. I think kind of a little bit of an experiment. I'm okay with committing these two changes because they're pretty small. Let me read them real quick, but like it's just removing duplicate drawings, which could cause an issue, I guess. Maybe changing the colors, but it's okay. This is just a script to validate our backend generations, so it's okay to commit small changes. But I'm going to commit before doing this big change, big plan. So what that would be is like we say, hey, research, you know, Micron or whatever, and it should be like a tool call, like it's calling this thing. We get like an interesting result maybe. Oh, it generated the new chart. Maybe it fixed it. Look in the database again. I think it's a rendering problem because look, it's sometimes it shows. But let me just make sure it's in the database too. It has to be. It's here. Shows the wrong chart. All right, and there's a few other things we want to do. Make this a little better. The questions it's coming up with. Okay, I want you to make a change where make sure you're passing in the last, we'll call it the last week of questions. So that way it knows not to repeat the same type of question. Like every day we should be making a new question that they probably haven't seen before. So you should say, hey, avoid this for the next week or so, right? And so that should be part of the LLM service. Also, can you help me understand before you, well, I'll do that in another chat. Are you a rebase or a merge guy? I would say I'm okay with either. I mostly merge though. I do like definitely squash the commits because I don't like it. It's all polluted with. What are the subscriptions you're paying for? I'm paying Cloud Max $100 a month, and then that's it. I think also Cursor, but I'm gonna turn that off because I don't use it anymore. And then I do spend some API usage when I'm doing testing my projects. It's probably $20 to $30 a month, I would say. That could be minimized. I should be a little more cognizant. Things like you said, I should probably do that thing where you can get a bunch of, you apply, you get maybe 2,000 of free credits. That's 4,000 maybe. A bit of money. What I want to understand is why it shows this chart type too. So the way it works is like, we say, hey, this is the question. We have like patterns of questions, and we assign it to the chart type based on like the types of, if we're asking, hey, signal, forward returns, different type of chart. This chart should not have been chosen for this question because it doesn't really make sense. We have to understand maybe what went wrong there. Unclick on send to chat, open the chat on the side. Chat on the side. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying there. There is an argument to be made that it's a sidebar thing. It's the pros and cons. I think it kind of makes sense to some degree. Granted, I mean, you have more space. That's the primary reason why you would do this, right? But there's a very good argument that you can make, okay, they're reading it. They're reading it. They want to know what this means. They don't want to go here and then come back and scroll down to where they were. I think you're right. I think that's not a good experience. Like, hey, I want to know a little bit more. Boom. Okay, but now I have to go here. Yeah. Thanks, Shri. That is helpful. Instead of going to chat page, have some sort of sidebar. Yep, I think it makes sense. Avoid these recent questions. All right, let's try this. This will be interesting. This is a new feature. So research Micron, see what it does. Oh, look, that looks kind of cool. Like a tool. Let's see what it does. It's kind of fun. Wait, Micron? Oh, this is not Micron. Wait, what? Why did it do that? I think we need to understand why. So how come when I plugged in Micron, it gave me I'll show more. I should also be able to ask like specific questions too. Yeah, it's cool with a one shot for sure. It looks nice. Whether it's actually, very useful, it's another story. Again, get a brief overview, I suppose. Yeah, I saw this. I was like, Micron owns Bitcoin. Like, what? It's so weird. Yeah, I know what the ticker is, but what I'm trying to like, if someone says research Micron, it should be able to figure out. Oh, it's adding its like a. That's not really what I would want. We have some dictionary for tickers. That seems not great. Let me look what it did there. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely we are not going to do that. It's a little crazy. Yeah, so let's not do that. Tell me more about how this works, but I think what you should do is just, you pass that information to the LLM, right? You don't really need to have a dictionary for the tickers. Don't really see a reason why you would need to. the goal is to provide a personalized news service tracking, because there's a problem of like if you have a lot of brokerages, tracking the statistics of everything is kind of a pain. And then it gives you ideas too. So you put in the type of investor you are, and you fill this out. So you add a bunch of things you want to follow, like a Zoom pick theme. Want to have more ideas, investment ideas in this area, and you can put like how you want to express it. So if you want stock, if you want an ETF for each theme, so you can put Pokemon. That's what someone said the other day. I have a document of interesting themes. But like, let's copy this stuff. And then you fill it out, and you can say what time period and stuff. Save it. And then it will, based on your portfolio and what you put there, it'll come up with an insight. But in order to, since I reset my account just recently, I have to put in some stuff. Put in something. There's a glitch there. Let's fix that, because I keep forgetting to fix that glitch. Or if you right when you enter it, it's going to be 0. But when you reload, it works. Okay. So there's a glitch right when you enter. So you have a new portfolio. You enter your first position. It says 0. There's a little bug there. So it should refresh with the right value. Columns. So we're coding with Gemini 3. Well, mostly Opus 4.5. Sometimes Gemini 3, and we use anti-gravity. And for the actual site, right now we're just hooking it up to 2.5 Pro, but it's not live yet. So, we'll definitely use 2.5 Pro for our daily news and questions, like, because that's a one-time charge per user. Or sorry, one-time charge for everyone, because we send the same, that newsletter part, that part's the same, but the AI analysis, that's per user. For that would be a paid feature. We would probably use 2.5 Pro. But it kind of depends on the costs a little bit. I think we should delve in a little bit more into that, but I think it's, if you do $20, $30 a month, that's probably about right. Looks like we maybe broke, let me check what we did. Because we did make some changes to this page. Seems to be a little wacky, so we'll try to fix it. Oh, let's try again that research thing. See what it did here. Are you still doing some level of extraction? It's more like the flow would be identified, you need to call the tool, and then you pass all the text into the LLM. So you don't need to do any manual extraction. Are you doing anything? Oh, it shouldn't do any manual parsing. That's just kind of like flaky. Ask it to research Google. Your agent's running a little self-updating dictionary. Yeah, it's it's actually a good idea to do that for sure. Like, as we see how the users interact with it, I did add a dictionary so the user can enter their own, but we should have a global dictionary too, based on how the users use it, and that would help a little bit. Like you said, a self-updating dictionary maybe. But ideally we don't have anything like flaky, meaning that like it could cause bugs. We should try to keep it simple. Sometimes when you do like manual parsing stuff, it can be kind of a pain to maintain. Let's try to figure out what the bug is here. So it seems like when I number one, if I add the same position, it should just add it, right? That's like the first thing. So if someone adds the same position, like they put in 100 shares, it should just add it. Let's check if it's already existing. You can think of the tickers as a unique key. So you shouldn't create a new position for the same ticker. Yeah, I agree. I agree in some sense. Having a dictionary of commonly used terms can sometimes help with like performance for specific tasks. So let's make sure that works. If I enter the same one, it should just add to it. Okay, looks good. Seems to be loading correctly now. Let me try again with a new position. So I'll just put in something. Okay. Like we have some other performance statistics. For some reason, those aren't showing up. So I'll try to fix that. These performance statistics, as well as the other ones, aren't showing up. Any idea? Again, we kind of have the cost basis stuff, but these should still show up. And they should change based on the time range. So just make sure they are. But specifically for tickers, the LLM can figure that out pretty easily. It's just like terms that are, like these kinds of terms. Sometimes like special situations. And I worked at a company that does a similar thing. They need to put certain terms in. Otherwise, like also sometimes companies have specific jargon that the LLM doesn't have much experience with or haven't trained data on. Actually, pretty much every company is like on a jargon. Let's test this again. So research Micron. We'll run the basic scenario first, then we'll ask it some questions. That looks like it maybe errored out. Let's go check. I don't see anything in the logs, so I'm gonna look in here. Yeah, it looks like here. I'm gonna double check. Yeah, cool. Oh, great. There was a specific date. So this one should be pretty simple. Getting this error. Okay, what do we need to deploy this? We got Stripe set up. As far as, like I just made the account. Probably just do some bug fixes first, and then we'll get to the part where we add the payments. Maybe do a little redesign. Let me see. Actually, no. They get just the top part of the AI insights for a few days, maybe, or for one day. Then it will just remain there, maybe. For now, right? We just start with a very simple, but you can really personalize it and kind of like do creative things with it. Probably have maybe like a 1999 basic sort of thing. Let's define it, maybe. I'll just call it advanced plan or something like this. I don't know. Mirror plan. Let me pull up all the things we're doing as far as the other page. What else? Where is it? Alright, this is making me... Oh, here it is. Okay. I just didn't use the word monetize. But these are the three things that we're monetizing. Comprehensive test harness. You probably won't build any tests for the front end, but you are correct. For the back end, it's helpful when you have complicated things. You build a few tests. I do that pretty often. But when you're making a lot of changes, sometimes it can be a little annoying to change all the tests too every time. But once you have an established app too, it makes sense to add tests. Sometimes it can slow you down in the beginning, but everyone's different. Some people enjoy a different type of development. So choose the right chart. So now we're figuring out which part is on each of the plans, because I'm going to create it in Stripe. Yeah, you're right. In a test-driven development, you don't. But sometimes if you want to change the product, like we did, you're doing like some iteration stuff, you might change your ideas about how that, you don't know how the full thing's going to turn out in the very beginning. So you wait till you build it out, and then you can build tests. That's what I like. You do that, once the app is established, you got lots of users. But with that said, I still do build some tests for validations while I'm debugging and things like this. Like especially when it comes to the database. You decide pretty early on about what you want the database to look like. So in that case, it kind of makes sense to do validations. Probably not going to change too much, especially if you use we're using NoSQL, so it's structure doesn't matter too much. It's just pretty easy to not as strict. Yeah, me too, Shri. Yes. Three is with me. Yeah, my manager is like trying to sell me on the test-driven development way. Okay. It's not my favorite activity, but I was writing tests before AI, so it's, you know, it's much a little better these days. This Mac is actually doing pretty well. At the beginning it wasn't. I have the MacBook Pro 13-inch. But I did not get the one. I got 16 gigabytes unified RAM. So it is actually kind of surprising that that's okay. But I do have M4. I do have the M4 chip. That's right. Kind of makes sense, you know, like when I started streaming, like it was freezing a bit, but for some reason that went away completely. I think I did make some changes, so I guess one of those was the reason. So this is not the beefy RAM one. Okay, so let's try this out. Research Micron. I'm checking. Okay, this is the fix some bugs with the portfolio page. Okay, so that worked. And it's the right company. That's good. So let's say, you know, I read this and I'm like, I have a specific question about Micron. The DCF of Micron given the assumption of 2% growth and declining, 1% declining. I would say 1% growing. We should make like a DCF tool or something. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe you can. We did build that, so ideally you could make it two tools. Like you have this and then I think that's kind of cool. A little gimmicky. I'm not really sure it's that useful. But maybe we could expand it to be useful at some point if we added a bunch of stuff. And you can still highlight it and ask questions. Like that part's fine. But as far as the getting actually kind of good insights and stuff. Highly cyclical. Oh, we have more, I suppose. Let's see. Just sort of kind of generic analysis here. Oh, sorry, Jimmy, I missed your question here. I've been traumatized by tests. Where did they build their newest fab? Sure, we can ask that. Sure, it will work. Brad said it doesn't have search. Okay, it's not going to work because it doesn't have search capabilities. Yeah. We could add that, I suppose. Yeah, we could definitely maybe add that as another kind of tool in Paul. Not too challenging, I suppose. I'll commit first, though. Yeah, give it search. I agree. It's kind of important that it is search in some ways because it's outdated. Also, it's just trying to validate. Let's stop that. That's kind of pointless. Let's try it out. Okay. I don't see the one of the statistics here. If I change this, it should change these statistics over here. So if I click here. Seems really high. I don't really think that's right. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, yeah. Apple really turned that much. Fuzzy logic. It already has fuzzy logic, technically. It's kind of the point of the... Fuzzy logic means filling in the logic that you don't see. Okay, so let's see if we can add search. I'm curious how that will go. There's one thing I want to fix with the portfolio. So, can we make a plan to add search for the, like, we're going to basically create a new tool. You're going to have a section for tools. Like, the AI analyst is one tool, but now we have another search tool that I can call. It's only going to call that if the user's asking for something in the future. Right? I'm going to say, hey, what's the projected this, what do you think, a future factory, etc. So it has to have some understanding of when to call the tool. So you can pass that into the model. And you give it the list of, in the LLM prompt, you give it the list of tools it can call and when it would call it. And then if it comes back to call the tool, then you do it. So you're not going to do any manual parsing or anything like that. It's just a matter of prompts. If it comes back to call the tool, you call the tool to search, and you're going to build that tool. It's going to search. It's going to get the results. Going to pass it back to the model with a prompt of like, you can come up with that, and then we're going to get the results after we get. So it's a two. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Fuzzy logic is a form of set theory. Is it an actual term? Let me look it up. I thought I came up with the term. No, not. Form of art. Oh yeah. Literally what I was just stringing words together. I didn't know it was an actual term. But you know, it is what I said, so just saying. When we're talking about AI, right? It's kind of funny. Okay, so let's see. Nice built-in search. Interesting. Yeah, we could just potentially do that. Can you explain how to trigger the Gemini's built-in search, like using that as a model when you're chatting in our research tab? What do you think makes sense here? I mean, maybe we could just make it always available. I think it makes sense to do that, right? Like,
No, love doesn't fade just because you walked away.
right, and we're gonna figure out this chart. It's created. Somehow we generated this chart for this question. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Let's try to understand what went wrong in our process of attaching the question type to the chart. Okay, let's try the search. It might actually work already. I think I know what we need to do here. We need to pass in the date because it thinks it's older because the model was trained at a certain time. We have we're processing my message. Strange. Is that an actual error or just a model returning? The model returning an error. Oh, there we go. Well, we are using a Flash model. I guess that's maybe it's just like really garbage for this particular kind of thing. Asking for future stuff. Well, it did say this, I suppose. Oh, this is why. The project is announced in 2022, but it's okay. So it actually was right since the beginning. But regardless, how do we test the search then? Please look up. Yeah, just please look up repos that solve the problem. I won't search that, just something small. It creates shorts from long streams. Okay, how do I tell? I'm gonna ask that because I actually need to be able to tell that it did search or not. Okay, let me see if I figured out this problem. I mean, this is kind of like a manual fix. Could be related to the model. So we wouldn't want to add something like this because it's just kind of like you got a bunch of stuff like that. You're gonna get bugs at some point that are just weird. Yeah, that's not good. Let me see the model. I think it's. I don't really want to add that. Can you check? Is it likely a model problem because we're using the Flash model? It's just like choosing the wrong chart because it's kind of stupid. And also we want to know how to validate the searching. So how do we validate that it's searching? Because we added that it's going to search automatically within Gemini, but how can we validate it actually is? Because I asked a few questions and I couldn't tell, like, is it already baked into the model or is it actually running the searching tool within Gemini? And so yeah. So I don't want you to always choose pattern 1 though, right? Because we do have another pattern that is good. I mean, another chart that is good for this kind of question, right? It's the range bound one, the range band. So it can be either or, whatever makes sense. Basically, we don't want any hard-coded logic about which... Well, we do actually, to some extent. If you're going to add this, though, if you're going to add this, do this for all of them, right? So every pattern should have a kind of critical rule for what chart to use, right? So come up with a bunch and put it in there. What's your front end background framework? Hey, Shri, you're hanging out with me way. Right, that's cool. So front end for this, we're just doing Tailwind, and this one is Next.js, I think. Let me check. Actually, don't remember. No, yeah, we're not using Next.js, just TypeScript. The other one we're using Next.js, this one, Lazy AI. And then the backend, we're using Python Flask, Firebase, Fire Storage, and yeah, using Firebase for auth. Oh no, you're not disturbing me. I actually like when people chat because, yeah, I like hanging out with people. Also, you gave me some good suggestions here. I like it. Definitely, I think we'll add this sidebar tonight. I think it makes sense. I don't know how it's going to look exactly. Like if it will look good on the website. I did not watch season 5. I think I watched up to season 3. I started watching again with my girlfriend though, because she had never seen it. So we're on like episode 4 or something. Pretty good show. Definitely, I think the first season. No, that one was. Oh no. Cleared my stuff. I was reading that. I have to read it here. Hey, it's Syndicate. What AI model should I use to vibe code? Oh, sorry, I that's just scrolled. That's from earlier. Period. But... Period. I'm just reading these, so that way I know in the future if it chooses the wrong chart, kind of what it was thinking. Okay, that's all kind of makes sense. Might work. Services. Okay, definitely remove this. This is bad. Okay, cool. So we can test if the response that we're getting use Google search. I think it'd be cool if in the UI we say, hey, we searched for you. Just a nice little, so that way the user knows, hey, we did something interesting. So if we have the metadata that indicates there was a search, can we put a little thing that says that we searched for the user for that particular question? It'd look nice in the UI. I go grab another coffee. I'll be back. Maybe tea though. I do tea instead of coffee. And after we're going to get, again, the goal is to deploy this. So we're going to set up Stripe, probably fix a few more bugs, see if the portfolio page, your portfolio page is mostly working. Just got to put this a little better. And there's some statistics that should show here. And a few other bugs, and I think we're good. Yeah, I'll be back. Back. Hey, some people are here. Strangeness. At some point I have to get mods or whatever. Assuming it grows, right? But it's probably good. Here. Cool. Anyways, Shri, I'll follow you on Twitter, man. Thanks for the... Like you're also kind of maybe doing some of the same stuff. Oh, I didn't see your message. You said Superbase Vercel. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I use Vercel too. It's kind of nice, you know. Pretty easy. Okay, cool. What are we doing? Cool, so it should show us that it's doing some sort of research. Micron, and tell me the news for today. Should maybe say... Oh, I noticed something. It's not quite what we want, right? I understand. So we don't want... It seems like we're still doing some sort of parsing where we're saying, like if they say research, then we call the tool. It should be a different approach, which is like you send, you know, this should be a prompt that you're sending to Gemini saying like, if they say these types of things in our goals, in return to call the tool, right? The reason why we do that is because it's like a lot less flaky. So the tool usage should be triggered by Gemini, not by any sort of manual parsing. Yeah, you know, it is a little hard sometimes to find the time, you know, with a 9 to 5, especially, you know, some of these a little tricky. So it's not actually 9 to 5, I guess. And also you think about it afterwards. For me, it's like, yeah, I could do like some projects while I was working, but it was just it's a little challenging, you know, to really focus on the thing. Also, I kind of noticed like as I was working longer and longer, I was enjoying programming less and less. Like I liked it. Like I started programming, I really enjoyed it. And then somewhere along the way, I just really didn't really like what I was working on. Is what it is, you know. But now I really like it. I just have a lot of fun. I think I was always someone that enjoyed like the final product, what I was making. Maybe not so much the process as much. Programming is fun when you get like solve a problem or something. I think the most fun is when I'm getting some quick feedback. I make some good progress on the project. Also, oh, no. I used to though. But nowadays I do this. We'll see how it goes. I might return. I worked at a startup for about 1.5 years, and it was just 3 people, and that was pretty fun. Yeah. I might consider doing that again, I guess, if this doesn't work. But if this does work, I actually really enjoy this, right? Like, how often do you really enjoy? I kind of like just like working on my own stuff. If I can make money doing it, right? We'll find out. I eventually do. Yeah, if I've got anything. Yes, for sure. Yes. I like how creative you can be. Like with programming, it just takes a while to build things. I just was doing it vanilla. Especially, I'm not so good at the design aspect, so front end would take a while for me. Make it look nice, and that's a little bit of a frustrating process. All right, we were gonna test if the cool. It just finished actually, so that's good. Research Micron. Tell me about the news today. It shouldn't trigger the tool for a little bit. Okay, cool. So we got an error. Let's go plug that in. I think I misunderstood maybe a little bit. We will find out. Do you understand? Reiterate. This is the error we got. Like before you continue, reiterate what we're doing, like the plan. I need to restart it, but I think it's, again, doesn't recognize this as hot reloaded. Need to restart the backend. What do you mean by it should be, I wonder if it's combining a feature that, yeah, that makes sense. The plan here, whatever this is, I think makes sense. There must be some feature where you can do tool calling with Google search, but you can't do the tool in their SDK. You can't do the tool and the search. So I'm gonna copy this. Hey, Nick Brand, how's it going? I think I've seen you before, right? Yeah, let's do your solution that you did there. So let's figure out the pricing while we wait here. These are our things. We'll put it over here, I think. Basic plan, that'll be $19.99 probably. Might need to do a little bit of figuring out costs, but I think we can kind of make a guesstimate at the moment what it will be. And this is going to include the deep dive sections. We'll maybe call that. We'll make that really freaking expensive because the goal is we have good data. Okay, that's a little. I mean, probably a little too much, right? I'll screw it, man. Sometimes you have these whales, but we really have to make the deep dives really good. We have one psychological, although a little bit. Let's do psychologically. This might not be. Are these pricing plan? Okay, well, before I do that, I'm going to fill out what each has and then talk about it. So, pro plan will have this, but just higher limits. I think they'll both have this to some extent, right? $99.99. Yeah, you might be right. We'll talk about it. quantitative data, but we need to also put in the details. Just more quantitative data. Well, and better tracking, maybe. Maybe you can connect to your accounts. So we can definitely do that. One of these plans, you can connect your accounts. That's actually not too hard to implement with Plaid and stuff. So you can get all the statistics you need. For me, that's very useful because if you have a lot of brokerages, it's just really annoying. Get in order to do it, you have to build an Excel or something, Excel sheet, get everything together. They just put in like a statistics tracking, maybe connect accounts. Granted, we want people to connect their accounts, right? So maybe we don't even make that paid. If people connect their accounts, that's good because that means it's going to make it more sticky. We want them to use it more because people like to, people check their portfolio every day. Almost a lot of people. Yeah, so maybe we don't make connecting accounts paid. So maybe the only thing is more usage of these two things, asking the questions. I'm gonna ideate a little bit. I'm gonna segment this out. You got the news, you got ideas based on your themes, etc. Hey, Simply Marcus, we're building this kind of AI financial Copilot. Let's call it something like that. You can enter your portfolio, you get news, gives you kind of analysis on your portfolio. You can ask questions, go to chat, use this chat to research individual stocks. You can see like Micron. I think that we just broke this, right? Pretty sure we just broke this, right? Oh no, it works now. Nice. Okay, now if I say research Micron, tell me the news for today, it shouldn't call that tool. It should do a search. Let's see if it does that. Nice. That's pretty good. Hey, look at that. It added this nice little UI. Pretty cool. Should allow them to click the sources. Not sure. I'm pretty sure Gemini doesn't give you the sources though. Okay. Let me commit that because that works actually. So it has two tools now, AI Investment Analyst and search. And yeah, definitely agree. Add the search citations, Shri. Shouldn't search just be a tool? Yes, it is a tool. Isn't Vercel a trap? I don't think so. I think Vercel is great for prototyping. Once you scale, you'll probably switch. But in the beginning, I think it's just kind of nice. That's my opinion. Using Vercel, yeah, Gateway LM credits or direct Google credits. Neither? Not really sure of the question. I don't know that. That means. They have lock-in. I guess if you use Next.js, in some ways they have like an advantage. But if you, I'm not using Next.js on this project. But I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on how you feel like they're locking you in. Use Next.js, I guess I could see it. Okay, cool. Oh, we were doing this over here, figuring out this. So let's go through all the things it gives you. And we can. That's a goal alignment, portfolio themes. Sorry, goal alignment. Portfolio themes. Because maybe there's some like that we could segment out between the plans. Not sure. A lot of this is the Flash model what we've generated here. Explore. I think the areas to explore is the best one. I think it's interesting sometimes, the things I read. It gives you some ideas. Should include like valuation kind of stuff though. I think you're exactly right though, Shri. Definitely will. It doesn't make sense to, because like if they see the thing. So those are all the things. Let's go ahead and bring that into here. Oh, the Gano's back. Whoa. Option to select between models would be good. Yeah, I agree. Maybe we could just simplify it a little bit for them though. That way people don't have to keep track of AI news. They just say, okay, this is the best model. Oh, right, that's a good point though. As far as the models go, we could maybe the basic plan doesn't give you, it gives you only the Flash model. And the others are blanked out. There's a little bit of a nice thing here. Like if people are chatting regularly, we keep track of their chats. Kind of like what Gemini does. They start using it, can be a little sticky maybe. Gotcha. Makes sense. Have you thought about what sets your product apart from? Yep, we went through that. We did. We already kind of went through all the competitors and found we have a pretty decent area. We feel like I feel like, I suppose. So we will see if I am right. And if I'm wrong, it's fine. Take a swing. See how it goes. Worst case, you lose a week, I guess. Very rational indeed. Cool. Yep, we'll maybe experiment a little bit. Right now, we're just using the Flash model just to keep things cheap, but might be interesting to run some of these market polls. You know, AI portfolio analysis. We use Cloud Opus. Might be interesting to see. So I'm going to go ahead and plug this in. First, I'm going to. I want to expand on it and get any critiques. And then I'm going to create it in Stripe. These packages. I'm going to clear the context first, though. Let's talk about this, right? What do you think about our pricing here? What can we add? What other things make sense? Obviously, we have a bit of customization in their preferences. Do we gatekeep any of that? Maybe the custom prompts we could gatekeep. What else do you think would make sense, right? Like, I do think we can do creative upselling. But do you think the pricing, analyze the pricing, analyze what we're gatekeeping, and give me, create a doc called pricing packages. That makes sense. That's true, that's true. Three portfolios. Why would you have three portfolios? It's kind of the whole idea is that it brings everything together. One-year history. That's a good one. That's a good idea. Ooh, export to Excel. We're gonna gatekeep export to Excel. Sorry. I know that's a pretty good one. You know, for taxes and everything else. Nice to have everything. Price targets. Area modeling. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. But we'll have the deep dives part of here. Slots. Oh, maybe I'll ask what it thinks. Oh, right. If we're connecting portfolios, we can have like how many they can connect. They have to pay for. Connect 3. The alerts is something. Call that like insights or something. Based on fuzzy categories. Right. Oh, right. One of the major cells is the historical backtesting custom question thing. Forgot about that. Yes, that's a good one. Okay. Let's just go. Build scripts to test ideas and understand. That's going to be in this one. What if scenarios? Be interesting. I haven't seen that before. I don't know if it's really sure. Okay, can you explain what you mean by portfolio slots? Are you thinking like the the max amount the user can connect, like if we're using Plaid or something? Is that kind of what you're talking about? Exactly. Don't gatekeep. That's a good line. Don't gatekeep the quality of the insights. Gatekeep the quantity. You can give them like a little bit of a taste. Say, hey, pretty good. Not a bad idea. Users should feel basic is genuinely useful. Yes. Custom prompts, gatekeep those hard. Can you make this a doc if you have, I think it did. I'm gonna make sure. What didn't? Can you make this a doc? Please save it in the repo. I think I might just use its pricing as well. Not there. Not there, put it in the data feeds. I can move it, I guess. That way. Can you explain what you meant by portfolio slots? Were you thinking like how many portfolios the user can connect with Plaid or something? That makes sense. So maybe we should allow at least one connection though, for a free user. What do you think? Because it is kind of sticky, right? Once you connect something. How do you build up credibility though for people to do that? You know what I mean? Like, like a chicken and the egg problem. Really new. A lot of people to vouch for you. Social proof, that's true. Give value without, that's true. Give value without the connect. Oh yeah, for sure. It's just an option. We'll definitely work on that portfolio page and make it look, just get everything like really good. Okay, update the pricing packages doc. Remember, this is in data feeds. A few changes. The historical backtesting stuff. We're gonna give them. We're gonna have that totally gatekept actually. That's gonna be behind the Pro plan. So what do you think we're going to allow the free users to do? Like how many chats? What will we show? Like, you know, above that in that AI analysis part? What are the parts that we do show to try to convince them to upsell there on the front page? Not bad. It's not bad. It's a little bit salesy, but something along the lines of like, okay, we need to know where we're going to put like deep research stuff, right? From the asking a question to the deep dive reports and things like this, right? Like, where would we put this given our current flow? I mean, we have our chat. It's like a research tab, but like, where do we maybe make a new tab? How would that work? You think? Let's maybe on another tab we'll do redesign of the. Take a look at. We're going to redesign the landing page to more accurately show exactly what this product is. I'm gonna give it the sales blurb. But might be helpful to make a little video. And in the background, be very clear. It's actually not too bad. I mean, it's it's obviously missing something as far as the UI goes. Maybe not going to redesign it yet. Fill out these two, the privacy and terms of service page, and make sure it links correctly on the landing page, and you can remove the legal part. Hey, Sourclet, how's it going? Working on this site. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Tab. Oh, that's not bad either. We have some upsells in the chat too. I didn't think about that. So upsells on the homepage. Yeah, personalized insights. Chat. Not quite this, because it's a little bit too stupid, but something good. Okay, stupid. Just leave that. Portfolio chat research deep dives access to the Pro Plus scenario model. Not a bad idea. We have chat and then we have a research tab. Okay, I think I'm gonna do that. That way we can put all of our other stuff there. Yeah, that would. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna call that page chat instead of research. I'm gonna make a new page called research. And it's going to have the things you mentioned, so you can actually implement some of that. We can actually already implement the asking a question. It's a back test, right? Because we already built the pipeline to create the scripts, etc. So you should actually fully implement that. The other two, you can try to implement. Some of it. I don't need to commit that, I suppose. Okay, make the stripe. Oh, hey, how's it going? We're building this. It's not deployed yet. It's a personalized market brief. You can research. You got your portfolio. Tracks your portfolio. You can. We're adding a new tab. We're changing this to chat. So this page is going to be called chat, and then we have another research page. That's more for you to ask questions. Your own questions that. Wait a second. Yeah. So, wait. Think about whether that makes sense. Like, yeah, it makes sense. So we have this is the chat, and there'll be another tab for research, deep research. Not really sure. We'll see if that makes sense when we get it in. I'm gonna like my camera real quick because I gotta. Setting up Stripe. Currently, if the user subscribes to the email newsletter, does this actually work? Like that button? Did we hook everything up? How many users can this support currently? Probably only like 10, right? Kind of going through the list of things before we deploy. I mean, we'll use AWS, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, specifically look in our code and see how we're doing it. You know, don't, it's not theoretical. I'm just saying, like, the current setup here, how much could it support? Give cursor running locally. And use kind of thinking those like long-term agent things. Like generally those are kind of better just to, at least so far, has been to like kind of work through it with it. Like the other ones really haven't taken off, I feel like, yet. The long-term agents. Okay, so finish the So currently it just sends through one email though, right? Like won't it be classified as spam or something? Like how many users can this actually send an email to if we signed up with a bunch of accounts, realistically speaking? Looks like the backend stopped. This should also be another tool you could do in the chat, right? We could potentially simplify that, right? It's kind of simple. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you could simplify it. Like all of these things are tools, right? You put it in one chat area. Why do you need a separate page for? You like having a separate page that does like the same thing. Where'd the experiment though? Maybe I won't remove it though. A little experiment. Yeah, I'm gonna create the. I want to fix a few things first, though. What's the bare minimum we can do to make sure it's good? Each user account, you get one AI portfolio analysis. But when I click this, it'll open the Stripe thing. I'll start with that. You know. Okay, so I'm thinking every user account gets one AI analysis. So when they enter their portfolio, it's going to show that top part there. They can't actually open it unless they're a pro user. You're going to need to implement that. Give them one free credit. And you're going to have to just make sure do not depend on the front end for that logic, right? Back end stores the credit. It deducts and then it becomes 0. And it's extremely important that it respects the credit amount that you're doing there. So, store the credit amount in their users. Firestore. Firebase. Use collection. Do not run it. When do we run it? We run it every day, right? Maybe the user clicks run, right? Because maybe I want to use up their credits. Well, maybe in the beginning, like if they're a free user, we'll use it. But later on, they can be the ones to generate it. The admin should have, infinite, so you should have a little thing there. that if they're an auth user, like an admin auth user, then they don't need to worry. Yeah, I'm gonna create the packages on right. Bullshit call, so it's my product catalog, product. I have custom questions. Probably more than that, right? I mean, you still have to sell it, right? So you don't. It's not very good. It's fine. I just won't put a description for now. Product. I have an API. It's not bad, honestly. You should do the same now with the chat, right? So the user only has 5 credits, right? And that should be used up. And whenever the user uses up their credits, go ahead and you're going to install Stripe now. So when the user uses up the credits, it's gonna bring up our upsell page. And integrate the buttons with Stripe. Take a look at this doc. It's the general idea there. Don't make any changes to the environment file. Just leave just assume something is there, and just tell me what I need to fill in. So don't actually edit it. Latino America. Thank you. Yeah, we doing it. It was kind of the time when everyone gone. It's okay. Think of the Cano stuff. Right now we're adding Stripe. And we will also, after adding Stripe, I think we're good. I think that's kind of it. Now we can deploy. We got all our preferences and things. I don't remember if we added rate limiting. I think we did, right? Did we add rate limiting to this project? I can't remember. That's cool, man. Yeah, that's great for like personal tools and all sorts of things like this. What kinds of stuff are you making? If you don't mind me asking. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. It's changing it because before our our chat page required us to be an admin. That was a little bug it found. sorry. Stop the music. Play some different. Oh, see you, Latino. Oh, you made a video editor. Probably shouldn't call you video editor. Nice, dude. That's great. Video editor, that's kind of hard, man. Big game, man. Can't really test it because it changes the code. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and test everything out. We're in test mode. These aren't real. Cool. So I forgot to do one thing. Well, I'll wait till we get everything set up. You make sure you need to add some logic, like if the user is a premium user, they, update to the right amount of credits. So you're gonna have to store that. So we can implement that. We have the Stripe code for Stripe now. So we need to detect their premium user. And then based on that, and that's going to be probably in our, already did it. Actually, we're good. I'm going to do that. That'll make a webhook.
No change beneath the stars.
I'll deploy this to Vercel. Yeah, I'm going to get the environment keys up here.
Chains. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Match. So we got the prices. Almost done. Rape. I have to do this off screen. Almost done. Now I just gotta change the environment on Vercel and got a stripe hopefully. We can test it out. By purchasing the test stuff.
Beneath the stars.
Make sure It is loading.
Beneath the stars. Oh, the woman with the dust. No, no, no.
Port.
No change.
Okay, we have deployed it, tested, and then we will add our domain.
The woman with the dust. Oh, no, no, no. No change.
Hey Shri, sorry, I'm currently getting straight, but I didn't. That was 20 more, 20 minutes ago. Oh no, that was just now. Okay. Oh, and to answer your question, we're doing Google credits directly. To your question, I didn't even spell have credits. Vercel. I think we. Time zone are you in, Shri? Why am I getting this error on Vercel? How can I debug this? There's no logs. Oh, it just means a project. Oh, I think I know. Didn't configure it.
The woman weaves at dust. No, 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 no change. Hello. Hello.
You're from India? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're thinking of just doing AWS directly. Save a lot of money. We don't use resend. Takes a lot of extra work. Hey, Miltosh. Sweden. Sorry, guys, not much on the screen. I just can't show anything.
Oh, the woman weaves at dust.
Oh, that's what it is.
No, 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 no. No change. Yeah. Sono vivo. Yeah. Feels like I've been waiting for a lifetime. Yeah. Looking forward to today. Oh, the woman weaves at dust. No, no, no.
Yeah. Make a bit shorter videos. I think that's.
No change.
I agree with you there. I'll use, okay. Okay.
Oh, no change. Hollow bone, hollow bone. Oh. I waited too long. I waited too long for you. I'm moving on your own. Just thought I'd let you know. I just thought I'd let you know. I just thought I'd let you know. I just thought I'd let you know. I'm moving on. I just thought I'd let you know. I just thought I'd let you know. I just thought I'd let you know. I'm moving on.
Hey, Bill Tosh. Gemini 3 is pretty good. You can even draw it and put it in. So if you're good at that kind of thing. And you can generate some images.
Hey, this is Tim.
Sorry, I missed your call. Sorry, I missed your call.
Leave a message after the tone. Breathe in. Stay close. Fade out. No need to name what moves like this. A glance, a pause, a subtle shift. Between the beats, I felt the spark. You lit the room.
Okay. So why is this taking so long? The answer is that we hard-coded a lot of the paths to localhost in the code. We have to go through and edit all the places. That way when we deploy both the front end and back end, it actually go to the right place. Yeah. Not weird. Probably should just use yes. A little bit more of a pain. Not really. but I'm waiting for it to just kind of hit it. Yeah. It should be launched in half or so. And I'll have the stripe up. We're almost done. Just a matter of making sure the stripe works. And then we get the credits. And then I think that's okay. Now, as far as like actually like marketing or something, right? Wait on that, but it should be at least public to view and sign up and add your portfolio. You can chat a few times. Yeah, we got all the security stuff, everything, so I think it's good to go. Still need to connect the domain. So what was shown there is not, that is public. That's the public key. What's this error about? Is it maybe we're running too many services or something? Or a plan? Only run 3, I don't know. I can turn one of these off. I think one of them. Yeah. Oh, well. Suspended it, just deleted it. Delete it. But it would be like, oh no, it's over. I say don't rush it for, hey, Latin America, you're still here. Well, that's true. I guess I just like, kind of wanted to get it done by the end of the day. Not really a big deal. I guess in some sense it's like you can always I just want to get these things done. But it's no big deal, right? It's just like I'm not really feeling too much pressure, I guess. Like it's no big deal if it's we don't finish, but kind of nice. Let's see, what is this error? Ports. What are you guys up to? I know it's render. Oh yeah, gotta have this. A lot of stuff. Go ahead and commit that. So it should redeploy and render. We got it prepared. What else could this be? We got the same error again. Do I need to change something in the... I'll just give him my start command. I think I did use something weird. Or just like not the right one. These are my build and start commands. Oh, gotcha. Do I have to use this though? So like a requirement? Probably, right? Thanks. There's some other options. Yeah, we gotta run it locally. Keep this though. Don't. No big deal. That's the. We're fine. You make it so we have a our debug, again it can detect whether run debug true, and then it runs our normal setup. What do I set for the board again on render? It's just like anything. Oh, it automatically provides that. Okay, I think it started up now. Any idea what this is on Vercel? Versioning. Downgrade. Okay. Hey guys. Hey, host buys from down. Well, I don't pay anything. My render, I think I just don't get much for it, but enough people, then you just start paying. Okay, let's update that. Hey, from US. I'm from the US. How? Oh, how do you clarify here? Host. Okay, we got another error. Oh. Oh yeah, this is a requirement. I think. We'll see. Okay, how do we fix this? I ran into this before, like you just keep plugging it. Or Nice. Okay. So here, you'll see if it connected. Yeah. I think it ran into an error because this is what it looks like at the moment. But I think we have to. We didn't whitelist this for our, database and Firebase. So we whitelisted the domain. So if we connect the domain, it should work. But I'm just gonna go ahead and just test to make sure everything works before I just add the domain. Just add this into Firebase into the whitelist domains. That way we can log in. We get an error when logging in. Oh, that mean? Where do I? Don't remember. It's kind of fun. Days you think it will stream for? I don't know, but a long time probably. Right, and take off some for Christmas. Vacations. Oh. Okay, we have added it. Now let's test it. Go to here. Try signing in real quick, see if I can. Nice, I was able to sign in. It was good. You're here. Well, let's see if it connected to the back end. Looks like no. So we'll probably have an error or something. Look at. Oh, it's probably because I didn't one of the keys. How you pasting it? Okay, it's redeploying. Might work. Then we can. I guess while I wait for that, I'll attach the domain. Probably be good. And we'll also test the Stripe. What I'm doing is I'm adding this domain here. That way it'll be this. Hey, work on this tool. We're deploying it right now. Try it out. What? This takes a little bit of work. As some of the stuff I can't show on the screen. I know it'll probably a little annoying. But yeah, it's like a financial Copilot thing, a newsletter, research tool. And we integrated Stripe so you can pay for stuff. Let me see if it deployed on the thing. Maybe I will see. I will go to the preferences. Okay. I think it's still deploying actually. Oh, it is. Yeah. Hey, sure. Oh, I missed your last. You make a design to CSS tool? Yeah. Cool. We could figure out some like good prompts, generate some good designs. Oh, yay, look. Actually is loading things. A little slow though. We'll work on that. Well, it's definitely connecting. But for some reason, must be an error. See that? Oh, look, it saved. Ah, yay. It is all working. Good. Nice. Awesome. Oh, wait, we can test Stripe now. What if it works first try? That would be super cool. That would be done. And the only thing is the domain, and that's easy. Oh, it's because I'm in the admin account. So I'm going to create a new account. I'm going to see. Okay.
Fang ruhig meinen müden Leib. Ja.
Yes. Created a new account. And a way that we're going to test. Oh, I thought we fixed that. So go ahead and fix that. There's two things to fix. One, I got this. This is when I deployed it. Way to go to the chat with a new account. Way to fix that. And also when I click sign out, it didn't bring me back to the home page. I shouldn't be able to access anything when I sign out. When I sign out, I should be redirected back to the home page. So I'll kind of explain maybe if there's any kind of new people how this works. I'd say this is the most complicated part about making these apps, is actually deploying it to the public. So you have your database. Database is where you store things. The Firebase is a database. It's like where you store like your text, images related to the user. And Vercel and render is you're deploying it there, and that's where it's running like all the operations. Like you basically have like all this code, right? And it's running operations using the CPU, all those things. There are two. You deploy it here. For me, this is deploying my front end, but you don't have to do this. I would very much recommend, if you're a beginner, use Next.js. Just deploy there. Just keep it simple. Unless you really want to, you can always learn later. You're deploying separately because you get to deploy everything together. And what that means is you deploy both how it looks, this part, like all of the design stuff, right? And the logic for how the app works. You can deploy it all together in one thing. And then you can deploy your database. Those are the two things you do. But the hardest part you'll do as a beginner is there's a lot of concepts because you gotta hook this up, these two up, and it's kind of a pain a little bit. I mean, even for me, it's a pain, right? Get all the secrets. The secrets are being like how we can interact between these two things, and keep it. The secrets are the secrets are like keys, they're like passwords. You can keep these two safe. Like Firebase knows the right service is talking to it for your particular thing. It's kind of like a very high level of like what we're doing, but it's not like yeah. Anyways, I hope that makes some sense. It's gonna if you're just starting or something. I don't know if you are or not, but it can be a little tricky. So I would recommend just talking to AI, and that you'll eventually, hopefully, kind of get the hang of it. Okay, cool. Let's click this button. Let's go into chat first. I didn't commit that yet, so I have to commit the change. How are you authorizing your backend calls? So the way it works, so I'll pull this up. So the way it works is you use the Firebase auth on the endpoints. Let me pull up an example. So throughout our things, like auth on our endpoints. So, and we have some rate limiting. So anyone can technically try to call these things if they know where our server is, but they will fail because the we're using Firebase user accounts. So that's basically we're saying, hey Google, you do all that hard work. And we're putting this annotation on our endpoints so that way if someone does call it, it just fails. And you put rate limiting on it. Rate limiting being just like they can only per IP address call it a certain amount of times. That's another way to protect it. Like someone knows like the endpoint and where it is, they can call it still, but you put those things on it so that way, and you can put it behind Cloudflare. That would be the next step, right? This Cloudflare will protect us a little bit more than what we've done as well. The whole idea is like, try to add layers as you need it, right? Like right now I put a basic things on it, so that's protected by auth and rate limiting. But if it's, you start to scale it, you put more stuff on top, so that way it's harder and harder to do things. If that makes some sense in what we're doing. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of why I say, like, it's really, vibe coding is like, if you're, it's like, it seems like you're a little bit, maybe a little more experienced, but if you're just starting, it's great for prototypes, but you probably have to learn a little bit before you deploy it. And you can learn through AI too. You can ask it questions, kind of go through the concepts, so we kind of understand it and can make it. It's probably a little overwhelming at first. Once you get it, worth it. Okay, so we committed these changes. Didn't do that. Yeah, Cloudflare, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it is a jot check, something like this. Well, I think, let's see, what is it exactly? Just really sure. Software is down 3 times 30 days. But, crazy how many people depend on them, right? Fight their problems. Very valuable service. So I'm waiting for it to deploy because we just pushed these changes, and then we'll go to the chat. Oh, great. It works. Okay, so let's go ahead and send a few chats. Once I send 5, I should come up with a Stripe page or something. Let's create a bunch. It's very slow. As expected, how we set this up. But we can... Okay, I think I have like 2 more. Hopefully it stops me here at some point. Doesn't. Ah, look at this. We got a little nice thing here. All right, so if we click one of these buttons, we should go to Stripe. See if we do. Okay, let's check it out. Oh, I think that's a simple one. I think I just accidentally didn't put in. You can't use HTTP. You have to put a S because it's more secure. Just in case it's searches through my keys and environment variables and stuff. And it stream AI output instead of thinking. Stream AI output instead of thinking. I think. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, when I'm chatting, it actually says what it's doing. Yeah. Maybe we could use. Right now we're using Gemini, but maybe there's some API flag or something we could put in to do that. I haven't really explored because we're kind of dependent on what Google gives us. Like we're using their API to generate these things, and if they don't expose the thinking to us, we can't look at it. They might have it in their website, but they might not expose it for us to use on our website. But we have to look at their documents to see if they allow it. Not really sure, but we could ask. Ask here. Does the Gemini API, can we actually get their thinking? That'd be kind of cool if we could stream the thinking to the user instead of just showing the end result. I don't think so, but might be some. Okay. Oh, let's. Let me get the full error. It's the stripe error. So there. Okay, it's redeploying. I think this should fix that. And then we'll be able to test the Stripe. We'll use a test credit card that it gives us, or that we set up. Thinking is available. Oh, it is available by default. Nice. Cool. Thanks, Tree. And also Miltosh for the idea. Oh yeah, look at that. Cool. That's a great idea. Thanks, guys. I thought they wouldn't have it, but they do. Stream it to users. That's awesome. Well, let's implement that. Really great feature. Okay, I just gotta set the domain. Name that. Getting this error on my Squarespace domain. What's up with this? And when I try to edit the record, it just like gives me a generic error. Yeah, let's try the Stripe thing though. See? Nice. Check this out. Our Stripe. All right, we're typing a sample credit card. Let's fix this. Manage. Okay, and manage it here. I'll do that. And okay. So what's a like sample credit card I can use for the Stripe test mode? Do I have to add one, or is there like a default? Okay, these are the default. I'll just. Or. Okay, I'm gonna click the subscribe button. See if it works. Should get like 100 credits or something. Okay, very slow, but okay. So the callback part didn't. Almost. I think I didn't set the right URL. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Right, changed. This is deployed. Where do you see the domains in the admin console? On account. Others. Manage domain. So you said option 2. How do I make it so it can be managed by Squarespace? Since it just forwarded me to Squarespace after I did that. And Squarespace has the error. Generic. So I assume like if I change the things, it's managed by Squarespace, maybe it works. we added the thinking. We can go take a look at that for the oh, we didn't send it. Works. Had some weird errors in my domain. Webhook. I originally created the Stripe test one. Okay. Playing, so I think Stripe should work now for that test. While I wait for that, also domain thing. Hawk. Also seeing this, right? There's domain name servers and then there's name server registration. Oh, got you. That makes sense. Let's try this one. Let me delete the Squarespace defaults. I see these Squarespace defaults. What if we just go through and delete these? Oh, gotcha. I see this record too. Could this be the issue? Okay. Maybe it's this thing. Okay, so it deployed, I believe. I will double check. I believe it has. It's been enough time. Do that. We're on this page now. What are the test or numbers? Stripe again. Okay, I just paid Stripe. Let's see if I can. Moment of truth. Nice. It worked. That's pretty cool, I would say. Let's go ahead and push that. Oh, there's nothing to push. Cool, it just works. The only last thing we got is the domain stuff. Maybe there's another way we can configure this using the records. We can just set the name first. Oh, that worked. Okay, let's see if it actually hooks up now. I can add the record now. Nice. Okay, cool. We got the domain set up here. So now I think we got everything. I'm gonna add a few more things though, because we still got time. Okay, so I want you on the profile. You know, it should have a this how many credits we have, and it should look nice. Like when I go to account settings, Account settings. So I want you to make a new thing for their profile. It's called settings. In these settings for now, so there's preferences. Now there's going to be settings. The only thing in settings now is going to be like whether you're a premium user or not. Include like how many credits they have and what tier they are and make it look nice. Just that's the first thing we're going to put there, nothing else. So it's going to be like a new page. So I'll show you guys now. If I go to prismdatafeed.com, it takes a while a little bit to propagate though, so we have to wait a little bit, but it's going to go to the right place now. That thing on the landing page, let's have it match, like the header should match, should be fixed. Do a little bit of a redesign. On the landing page here, can we make the header the same as the other pages? So it should say like Prism Research, should be fixed. Also, can you add a little more like stuff? Like this area, there should be some sort of like visualization or something. Just kind of like blank space right now. It resets at 6 a.m. That's okay. Fine. Dead. Was the first time I hit the rate limit. We really went wild today. I think I'm not going to stop 500 subscribers. Just kidding. Doesn't matter. It has to eventually. Let me think. What else can we do while we wait? We ran out of credits allowed for today. I'm using anti-gravity. Yes, seems fine. See here. Cool. Sounds good. Probably fine. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look. That might look like. I'm actually just gonna straight up push it. Test it on the. We already have a premium. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take. Okay, so it's gonna redesign this. Let me see if the domain's working now. Okay, still propagating. Let me try another browser though, because sometimes the cache. Oh, nice. Works on another browser. That's good. Oh, you guys can maybe go to it if you want to check it out. It's very slow though. We'll fix that. I'm gonna wait for it to deploy so we can see the differences. There's gonna be a user settings page. $1 is enough for you per month. Yep, that's about 120, 130. I'm using just the Cloud Max plan and anti-gravity, so 5x Cloud Max. Yeah, I worked for about 4.5 years. So, you know. I'm doing. Well, auth. Oh, did you try it, Tree? What does it say when you try it? I guess I haven't tried logging in on the domain. Could be the maybe entered it wrong. Oh yeah, I'll fix that. Firebase. Authorized domains. Yes, I actually haven't even entered it. prismdatafeed.com. I think it should work now. Let me try. Reload. Okay, cool. It works now, Shri, for the domain. Yes. Be fixed now. But there's not really much here yet. There's, you know, the today's brief is also another thing we probably should do. Okay, yeah, the today's brief we have made it so it needs to. I have to actually trigger it like manually with a button. We uncommented the code out for the just running it every day, and that's fine for now. But this is the current days, I guess. It's also very slow because running on Vercel, I think. Also, we're using the free plan for render, which I remember is very slow. One of the reasons. Let's see, why is it really slow? Ask. Cancel this. Very slow. Why is this? It's just the free plan. I guess it's serverless, right? So is it deployed yet? I'm gonna check because I wanted to test the settings. Thought it'd be deployed. As it is. Sign out, I guess. I'm back in. I don't know, but with the change that we made, it only changed the front end stuff. Did you only change the front end? You gotta probably make some endpoints, right, for to get all the settings, or can you actually just get it? Like, also, for some reason, I don't see it. Is it visible by default? Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, I remember there were times we would send a chat, and I'd be like, I'd come back, and I'd be like, we never sent the chat? It's a bug or something. It just disappeared. I was like, I thought I was going crazy. I was like, where the hell did this chat go? I know I sent it. Okay, so I'm gonna do it again. So the settings we don't see, the profile settings. Did you need to make any changes on the back end? Looks like you made none. Yeah, again, I guess it's like if the finished a request, you can't continue. Weird. The user settings page, we don't see it. It's not visible. Did you make the changes on the back end necessary for it? I don't see it. Let me see. Index. Oh look, it made made some little graphics. That's kind of cool. It can do that. See, looks pretty good. Honestly, it is amazing. Like, how the hell did it just make that? Did it just make that with CSS and just like freaking? That's cool. Anyways, so we have some little graphics here. I had a ticker. Really? Any ticker? Is it super laggy for you, Shri, as well? I imagine it is. I don't know why it would only be laggy for me. In fact, it's probably way more laggy for you because you're much further away. Now, this is in Oregon. This. Apple. I can't. Oh, whoops, I forgot. I have to add up shares there. What happens if I do that? This probably glitches out, right? Yeah. Nice. Good catch. Good catch. Fix that. Just we have to validate. It's pretty easy. Just a little check there. Get this thing figured out. Oh, it just forgot to link it, but it's there. That should be pretty easy. Okay, while it does that, make a new chat. So people can enter tickers that don't exist to the portfolio page. Please add some validation now. Maybe you can use Y Finance. Yeah, kind of slow, that's for sure. We'll fix it though. It's just got a slowness factor. Just the servers. I'm not optimizing for it at the moment. Yeah, we just push right into production. We don't care. Doesn't matter. This is probably the last thing we do. User settings, we'll validate it. Oh, and this thing, the bug related to validation. I don't need that. It's a little different styling. We'll fix. I will wait for it to finish deploying. It'll take a minute or so. And we can test. All right, we asked it, why is it so slow? I mean, I know it should be slow, but I mean, this slow? That's pretty slow. Did we put it here? There it is. Oh, right. That was with our game too. So renders free tier sleeps after an activity. So every single time, it's like 36 seconds. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Okay. Really? That's crazy. Okay, so it suggests make a GitHub action to ping the backend. That way the render doesn't sleep. It's kind of funny. Won't do it, but it's tempting. Yeah. Tree, thanks for hanging out. We're here the whole time. Appreciate that. Yeah, I followed you on Twitter. Any cool projects or something? Or you joined the Discord too. So now a super cool sync API call. That's not for me. Yeah, we'll keep working on it. It's just the first version. We did the most annoying parts, right? Like now it's just like we can just deploy and like all that setup is kind of annoying. But now it's all there. This browser doesn't. Nice, we got our settings. Let's take a look. We should be a premium user because we bought it. Take a look at that. That's pretty cool. And let's go ahead and check the... Wait, what? Check credits unlimited. Maybe not that. That's a little bit dangerous. Considering we're still in test mode. with Stripe. I'll fix that. Yeah, I'll definitely fix that before I'll turn my Stripe off test mode.
No, love doesn't fade just because you walked away. You closed the door, said it's done, but I'm still here stuck in that last hug. You say it's better this way, that time will wash it away. But every street, every light I pass, you come back like the past.
Yeah.
And it hurts, it rips me in two, it holds me,
It's
breaks
cool
me, and
to
whispers
hang out and...
I breathe you in.
What are you working on, Sheree, if you don't mind me asking? On some projects. Let me change the song. Okay, I'm gonna change the key so it's no longer in. I'll check the bug though with the ticker real quick. If I that, okay, this one. Okay, that unfortunately still works. All right, we'll fix that tomorrow. Or I guess today. No, tomorrow. Okay, to summarize what we've done, we've deployed this. It is available here on this website. You can try it out. It's going to be very slow, but at least it's available. And we'll fix the slowness tomorrow or the next stream and add more things. And that is what we did today for the most part. And there were some other things we did in the beginning. We were figuring out whether we wanted to deploy lazy AI. We decided against it for now, but it is still open source if you would like to use it. You can use it to make shorts. It's very cheap. We probably won't deploy it for now unless we figure out how to monetize it and be competitive. And yeah, we'll probably next stream work on this a lot more and plenty of things to do. So yeah, I'm going to head out now. Thanks for being here. And see you guys.